morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. President William Ruto is scheduled to visit China's Fujian province today as part of his state visit to the Asian country. President Ruto will engage with leading manufacturers in the tea and e-mobility sectors as he continues his push to attract investment in Kenya's growing industrial base. On Thursday, Ruto and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping met in Beijing, where they announced a raft of bilateral agreements and economic deals aimed at deepening cooperation between the two nations. China committed to financing and supporting major infrastructure projects, including the extension of the Standard Gauge Railway to Malaba, the Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway upgrade, the Eldoret and Kiambu bypasses, and the construction of the Nithi Bridge. Ruto emphasized that his visit is not focused on new loans but alternative financing for development.
I have already had conversations on investment opportunities. Many people get worried that we are only discussing loans and credit and things like those. I want to tell you that we are becoming more innovative in how to finance development. There are new instruments that can enable us deliver on infrastructure using private resources and technology.
The Democratic Action Party of Kenya, or DAP-K, has criticized the Kenya Kwanza administration for failing to update the country on the status of foreign policy and the outcomes of bilateral agreements signed by President William Ruto. Party leader Eugene Wamalwa questioned President Ruto's initiatives and his high-profile trips, urging the government to provide transparency on foreign relations. The party also announced plans to challenge what it termed as the unprocedural auction of state parastatals, including the KICC, the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, and the Kenya Electricity Transmission Company, or KETRACO. DAP-K vowed to pursue legal action to halt the process and reverse any transactions. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has defended the issuance of bursaries by politicians, saying the support plays a vital role in helping needy Kenyans access education. Speaking in Nakuru County, Kindiki acknowledged the concerns raised by Controller of Budget Margaret Nyakango, who earlier this year banned governors from disbursing bursaries, arguing it's not within their mandate. Nyakango had stated that such funds would only be released if aligned with the central government's framework. Kindiki has now expressed his intention to meet with Nyakango to discuss this matter further.
Viongozi mbalimbali hawapaswi kuzuiliwa kupeana basari. Kama kuna basari inakuja kupitia ofisi ya MCA, ipeanwe. Ile inakuja kupitia mbunge, ipeanwe. Ile inakuja kwa ofisi ya governor, ipeanwe. Ile inakuja kupitia Ministry of Education, ipeanwe. Controller of Budget will engage with that office to make sure that bursary issues are streamlined.
Clinical officers here in Nairobi have officially downed their tools to put pressure on the county government to implement a memorandum of understanding. Through their union, Okoh, they accuse Governor Johnson Sakaja's administration of failing to promote staff, hire more officers, and deploy those already employed to health facilities. They've said the strike will continue until their demands are fully met.
We have negotiated, we have discussed, we have had meetings, but nothing is forthcoming. Every time we go into meetings, there is nothing that comes out of that meeting. Number one is we have 5 colleagues that were appointed last year, April 18th, and they have never been posted 1 year down the line. 2 is what we call career guideline and progression. This is a policy document that dictates employment, progression, recruitment, and the career path and development for clinical officers.
Pakistan has responded with tit-for-tat measures against India as tensions soared following a militant attack in Indian-administered Kashmir that killed 26 tourists. Islamabad suspended all visas issued to Indian nationals under an exemption scheme with immediate effect, as well as expelling some of its neighbors, diplomats, and closing its airspace to Indian flights. India police have named 3 of 4 suspected gunmen behind the attack, saying 2 are Pakistani citizens and the third is a local Kashmiri man. Pakistan denies Indian claims that it played a role in the shooting. Tuesday's attack saw a group of gunmen fire on tourists near Pahalgam, a resort in the disputed Himalayan region. That's the news wire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people, and we share the same umbilical cord.
It shouldn't be like that. I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship, and even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Traffic.
Good morning, this Friday. Let's take a quick look at what's going on with traffic as we get into the end of the week and then spilling over into the weekend. Not much coming off of the major roads today. The Thika Superhighway will probably see some traffic as you're getting into the city. That's later. There's a little bit of hold up right around the Pangani underpass. Everybody trying to get through that little space into the city. If you're coming off the Eastern Bypass, it looks good. There's not much happening here. At least folks are getting where they need to go and are doing so swiftly. Ombaso doesn't look too bad. There is some traffic that's coming off of Jago Road. It's going to lead towards Landis, but as you're coming off of Wayaki Way, coming off of Ngong Road, a little bit of traffic on Langata Road, but you'll find yourself into the city A-OK. Probably all roads are leading towards the CBD this morning. Let's keep an eye on things, and of course, as usual, try to keep them moving as we talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
8 minutes after 6 o'clock. It's the 25th of... I was going to say August. But okay, let's go with April. And we're getting into the final conversation on the Situation Room this week. And getting into the final week of April as we get into next week. Dennis Aseto, good morning.
Good morning, Ndu. How are you?
I am fine. How are you doing?
Salama sana na shukuru. Stima lifanya ile kitu maji baridi asubuhi, but tumesurvive.
You know, they say, actually, that you should take a cold shower in the morning and a warm one at night.
Who are they?
The people who are skin experts and, you know, general health experts.
A Japanese would tell you the only way we deal with our skins is we have filters on our shower heads. So, yeah, there's that
what?
as well.
Huh?
Yeah.
Filters?
Yeah, there's a filter for the shower heads.
Well, that's because of the trying to make sure that the water is clean.
Water is clean, yes.
But in this case, warm water opens up your pores, and then the soap gets in and, you know, whatever, cleans up everything. And then you seal it. Waking up the next morning, kind of waking yourself up, invigorating cold water. So you should do both. Okay. And this also goes to the people who don't actually take a shower. I'm just urging you that twice a day is probably... Twice a day is the minimum. So people who don't do it at all, this is a message to you. PSA, showering is a good thing.
Good thing. Insist on that good thing.
Kwanza kama unapanda matatu, tafadhali oga.
Wherever you are going, even if you are just going to pass in front of me,
matatu na lift.
For the love of God and all good things.
Kabla lift, no ujaoga, pite ile bathroom ya ground floor, go shower.
Amwa tu oge. Muhimu sana.
Make una de bath, I beg. Make una de
bath.
Oh, ndimulamu. Nawe? Ndimulamu.
Ndimulamu.
Yango vari.
Exactly.
That one.
But let me tell you for free. if I start showering with cold water, I will start at meter 1. I will end at meter 100. My friend, I will throw that water on myself and miss it myself.
Intentionally.
Yeah, me cold water.
It's actually a thing of the mind. It is.
Let me tell you, there are 2 things I never did in high school.
Shower.
Prep.
Shower.
Prep and cold showers. Let me tell you, I even had a deal with the cooks to shower with hot water. My friend, me, I was born for soft life. Soft life.
Okay.
Ndimu Lamu.
Exactly. Ndimu Lamu.
Ndimu in Lamu.
Yes.
No problem.
Life is hard. Alafu I had hardness of cold water. I had hardness of gym every day.
I don't even know why it's a punishment. Why you punish people showering cold water?
Cold water. You do shower with cold water?
Yes, I do every morning. And I shower with hot water at night.
You know Aseto is usually taller than he is because he's shrunk.
He's taller than he is because he's shrunk.
Yes, like he looks shorter now because of cold water.
Dr. Mark said so.
I tell you.
Ndimu in Lamu.
Ndimu in Lamu.
Yeah. But you know, there's this other thing about these people who say things. You know, they used to say you can't take more than 1 egg a week.
And you who's just had 5
bad
this morning.
cholesterol. Let me tell you, high protein diet.
Sawa basi.
Mimi starch sijui githeri sijui what. My friends, no. Si tunakula nyama. No, I didn't survive the flood for us to go back to vegetables, my friend.
Sana mbuzi ni moja na si ya kukuna nazi.
My friend,
I'm just looking at you in shock. May the day break. And it has.
Nice to see you, Ndu.
Nice to see you too. Good to be here this morning. My throat is trying to do the thing.
Copying me from yesterday.
No, I kissed too many frogs. Unfortunately, none of them turned into a prince. Let's well, get into the day. But we'll be fine. We move all the same. That's how they say.
No, the best way is to move away from the river where you find frogs.
Why? Or just move regardless, as the former president Uhuru Kenyatta would say. Regardless.
We just move?
Yes.
And in the spirit of movement, into the last conversation for this week in the Situation Room, let me tell you some of the things that we will be discussing. All right. At 7 a.m., we will have a discussion, and it will be our Healthy Friday conversation around precision and cancer imaging and what we're actually able to see with technology and really how far it can go to then be able to trace and then further on treat cancer. Dr. K.J. Kalur is the Director of Molecular Imaging, and nuclear medicine technologist Diane Morioki will join us at 7 a.m. and we'll be talking about this, really what cancer imaging can do and the precision with which we can be, given to then deal with this disease that continues to ravage communities. So that's the conversation that we will have at 7 o'clock. At 8 a.m., you normally see on your news nowadays or any major conferences that you go to, or really not even major ones, taking, and it's now becoming inclusive conversations, and that's for those who are hard of hearing or completely deaf, and that's sign language. Sign language is actually a course in universities now. And you can actually learn, it is a language for those that are hard of hearing or deaf. And that's the conversation that we will have at 8 o'clock with Helena Seek, who's a teacher of sign language interpreting. And we'll be looking at sign language interpreters, their role, their training, and exactly what we do with that. We round off this week's conversations at 9 a.m. I'm sorry, that conversation is at 9, and then at 8 a.m. we will have Professor Daniel Ichangi, and we will be talking about rich but poor, Kenya's untapped mineral wealth. There's a lot of it. What are we actually doing with it? How are we actually exploiting it? And how is the nation using this towards economic development? Those are the conversations that we are lined up for you today. And even as we do, we will include you in those conversations. So thank you always for joining us. Mark, you do have a proverb for today, don't you?
Yes, indeed I do. From the country of Mozambique, as the people around it call it. You know, Mozambique.
Have you
been?
Have I been to Mozambique?
Yeah.
No.
Not at all?
No, I've been to Angola, not Mozambique.
I haven't been to Mozambique either.
Okay.
You know, I'm trying to copy how Mr. CT does it. And I realized I do not have much research to back this up. So,
Jack, you can just go to the proverb. It's really okay.
Well, if Ednah could help me with CT's message.
There you go. She has helped you.
I'm trying to read CT news. Jesus Christ. CT, how do you write things?
Okay.
I like this one. When you next visit the cemetery, you cannot weep for everyone.
No, that is not the one we wanted to read. We wanted to read the next one.
Oh, sasa mniambie hii handwriting ya CT.
Okay, go ahead.
If you fail to be a lizard on your own land, you will fail to be a cockroach in another land.
How about if you fail to be a lizard in your own land, you fail to be a crocodile in another land?
CT, please go to grammar school.
If you fail to be a lizard in your own land, you fail to be a crocodile in another land. Yes. You have to start somewhere, essentially. Right?
Yeah, the kuku sio kienyeji wa nyumbani hawiki jijini.
You're looking at me as though you want me to complete it, and I have no idea where you're going.
You know that. You know the saying.
You've just
jogo wa shamba something.
No, kuku wa shambani or jogo wa shambani hawiki mjini.
Sawa. I have no idea.
So if you are if you can't be a lizard at home, you cannot be a crocodile in the city. Same thing. In other words, if you can't get praise at home and crow in your own house and be relevant in your own house, don't expect it to do in Bichachi's house.
Pretty much don't try conquering others if you've not even sorted things at home.
Yes.
You know, yeah. So charity begins at home.
Yeah, I had to translate it to Luya, you know.
For you to understand it, everything Luya has to do with the chicken.
Chicken, yes.
Oh, got it. That one at least.
You see, like the Maasai own all the cows, we own all the chickens.
Oh, okay. Yes. Well done. All right, so it'll be interesting to see how folks are going to interpret that as we go through. But just seeing yourself in terms of what you can or cannot achieve. All right, we see you guys clicking into the room already. Always lovely to have you here. How about we say a good morning to you and get into things this morning. And we are definitely already seeing you in. We can even start from the bottom and go to the top. But hey, who says that one has refused to talk to me? So let's go with this one. Always very nice to have you guys in the room. As we keep saying, we don't take it for granted that you join us every moment that you get an opportunity to. You wake up early with us and we get into these conversations, and we're always able to have those with you. A very good morning to you. My screen has decided to do the thing. What's going on today, man?
It's Friday.
It is, and it's doing the thing, and it is refusing to give me your greetings. Okay, so let's do them from here. Very good morning to you, Don Sabwa. We see you. You're talking about deals. Kenya secures major deals in trade, infrastructure, and strategic partnerships. Yes, they do. Peter Kiaria, good morning. Robert Mbogo is tuning from Ombaso. Hilary Ogato says, good morning. Have a blessed day, and thank you so much. R says, tumefika, tunakuona, kabisa. Joe Mungai is tuned in from Bonnie Lake and says yesterday's interview with Edwin Sifuna was the bomb. Indeed, he is a great debater. Linus Gitonga says good morning, Spice team, and a good morning to you, Christina. Karibu sana. Raimtula Omar is tuned in from Colchester in the UK. Izzy Kale is listening to the Situation Room and has officially become an addiction to me. Have a wonderful Friday. Well, thank you so much. Always great to have you guys here, like I say. And even when you say things like this, an acknowledgement, it's fantastic. Washira Kaboy says good morning, tuned in, and happy Friday. Kelvin Kaburo is also tuned in and says good morning, Spice. Tuned in from Kahawa Sukari to Kondani. From all around the nation, indeed, all around the world. Bernardito says good morning, Doha. Tuning from Doha, my daughter Princess Julie is turning 2 years old. Please, Ndu, can you do her the honor? Is she awake at this hour? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Julie. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Desmond Otis, good morning. Tuned in everyone who is awake. Ombaso, Gotea Ndu. Fanyevo. Gotea me. And then Bish, Gotea Den. Who is Bish now? Or Bichachi.
Oh.
Gotea Deno.
Ah. Wagwan.
Strong.
Okay.
Wagwan
Gumi
media.
Bwegze. We fuata rieng. Kamata na rieng.
What? Don't know.
Follow suit.
Sawa. Okay, fine. My goodness. To even understand is a problem. But anyway, we move. Literally, we move. Hey. Jacqueline Moit says he's a sound engineer, just became a programmer. Well, good morning to you and hello. Good morning, Spice. A neighbor's rice is always smells better, isn't it? When you're walking up the stairs or something, and you're walking around the neighborhood and you smell somebody frying something like, what is that? Well, Good morning, people tuned in from Mombasa. Regards to Ednah, says Iregi Wajohi. Joseph Okondo is tuned in and he says you forgot to welcome Mark Bichachi back. So Joseph is welcoming you back, Mark.
Asante sana.
Okay. Good morning, Spice team. Tuned in from Tamu. Blessed Friday there. Thank you so much, Rose Grace. Sango Nibana ba SpiceFM Otkin, we see you. Mtuflani, happy Friday, everybody. Say hi to Christina. So now people are still using us to greet yourselves. No problem. We will do you that. Good morning, great ones. Me and hot water are enemies. Cold water is the way. This is true, King Dave. Good morning to you. Chamgay, my beautiful people. This is Anne Gore, tuned in from the city of Nairobi. Always great to have you here. Good morning, a lady and a gentleman, says Freddie Benz. Hiza Daniel is tuned in from Atiak in the UK. Mwalimu Danson says, hi, ndupokea salamu za dhati na wenzako. Sindo?
Yes.
It's Friday. Good morning, Spice. Yes, it is. Good morning to you. Getting it. My princess. Good morning, Spice. The neighbor. Yes, we see you as well. Robinson Kisero is tuning from Hong Kong. Says Kenya, a country of deals, headed by chief negotiator. We are doomed as a nation. Why? What a way to wake up this morning. Edgar is tuned in this morning and says tuned in from Port Elizabeth in the Republic of South Africa. Charlie Lamsa says good morning. If elections is on the 9th of August 2026, Ruto won't finish the road he promised to build. Oh, yeah.
But this 2026 conspiracy theory is just the best thing I have heard, because suddenly Kenyans can't do math and they have decided when you count from 2022 to 2027, you start 2022, 2023, 24, 25, 26.
No, you're counting the period.
No, they're counting from the year of
as though you were starting in January, and I'm saying you should count the period.
Yeah.
Because if we're saying 24 hours from now, you start from now, 6:23.
Yes.
24 hours lapses at 6:23 tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if you're saying 5 years, you should actually say August 2022 to September 2022 is 1 year. I mean, to August 2023 is 1 year.
Yes.
2023 to 2024 is 2 years. To 25 is 3 years.
Yes.
To 26 is 4 years. And then to 27 is 5 years.
Yes, this is why math is compulsory, please, guys.
This is why math is actually compulsory.
Has actually been made compulsory as we speak.
Yes. Overnight.
Wilfredo Viambo says, good morning, my country people. Kenya is a good example of a Baba Republic. Okay. John Mwangi says, what a beautiful day. Indeed, what a beautiful day. Hey, hey. Munene Jeru says, good morning, team. Watching from Sydney. Tuned in from the USA is Conspiracy. Interesting. And I miss CT's top right-hand corner in teal green. These people did us an injustice because they actually went ahead and they removed the teal green from the paper.
Yes.
Yeah. So it makes it difficult for us to, kind of do that. So, we should actually sign a petition, form a task force, include a committee, because, that's how we solve things around here. And get them to return the teal green.
Party as well.
Yes, a working party on the returning of the teal green to the Star newspaper. Emmanuel Kinisu says, good morning. Tuned in from Massachusetts. Good morning, Spice. I watch you every day. Good job. Do keep on. And everybody else is tuning in this morning. Thank you so much for doing that. Even as we get into it this morning, karibuni sana. What are you doing for back to school? As you're getting your things in order, guess what? You know what? You need to think about visiting Naivas, because there's quite a lot happening here, and we know that you need to get your ducks in a row when it comes to school supplies. So Naivas says, you know what? Let me tell you, and I'll do you one. It's back to it's school season. Let Naivas be your home of deals. The real home of deals. We've walked with Kenyans through celebrations that matter. And now, as students gear up for term 2, the longest term of the year, we're right here with you again. What do you need as you prepare for children to enter into the new school term? Well, don't cut corners. You can actually get to a Naivas Kiloko near you and make every item count. Kijaze, Kikapu, Kibonge. Enjoy unbeatable discounts, everyday low prices, and a full range of back-to-school essentials all in one place. You don't have to go anywhere else. Let's make the season a breeze and turn you into the hero that sees you, that you're walking with from every step of the way on their educational journey, and do this with Naivas. Okay, so now we're going to look into the headlines. We'll look into the headlines, and then we'll come back and look into those stories after we take a break. The bold newspaper, Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard. The headline on The Standard today: goofing home and away. Goofing home, away. Yeah. After Kenya's failed bid for the African Union Commission top job was partly blamed on diplomatic blunders under President Ruto's watch, one would expect a lesson was learned. Yet, at a recent forum in Beijing, Ruto appeared to downplay the economic stature of neighbors Uganda and Tanzania in remarks some have called condescending. Is the president still struggling with the art of diplomacy? Well, let's look at some quotes that he's made there before we go into others on neighbors' economies. And he said this on the 23rd in Beijing. The difference between us and our neighbors is that Kenya is in the middle income category, while Tanzania, Uganda and others are in the least developed countries. They export duty-free, Kenya pays duty. It's going to sound crazy, but I can understand what he was trying to say.
What he is saying is true.
It is true. Yeah. I mean, when you look at black and white, what he's saying is true. Yeah. The word chosen to say is the problem here. Yeah. And then what could then be deciphered as a meaning, of course, will just elevate temperatures, as has always been, whether Kenya is actually playing Big Brother in the region.
Yeah.
What he said is factual. The manner and the words chosen is the problem.
Yes.
Okay.
So you just define diplomacy.
Exactly. That's what diplomacy is. It's the how. It's not the what. It's the how you do it. And that's what diplomacy is all about. And people go to school for years to learn how to do this.
And when you've done it right, you tell someone to go to hell and they look forward to the journey.
Because you've done it right. Yep. Exactly. So he said other things, though, because we're asking questions. He says, and this was on the same 23rd, even as we celebrate these achievements, we must confront a sobering truth. The post-war multilateral system is broken, dysfunctional, and no longer fit for purpose. Again, he was talking about the Bretton Woods institutions. Yeah. He went on to say, again, the Bretton Woods institutions recently commemorated their 80th anniversary. 80 years ago, 2/3 of the world's nations did not exist as sovereign states. The IMF was established to buttress the gold standard, fixed exchange rate system, a system that collapsed 50 years ago. Again, here, he's not wrong. But this is being said when his CS for Treasury is sitting in Washington trying to broker more deals for help.
When a Deputy President US is expected, Vice President is expected to come to the country, J.D. Vance, and that has been cancelled as well. So
Rubio was supposed to be here as well, but they've been cancelled for undisclosed reasons. You can take a guess as to why. President Ruto on the 29th of May in Djibouti says there has been a mechanism where all traders can trade in the local currency, and we leave it to the Afrexim Bank to settle all payments. We do not have to look for dollars. Really? Well, I guess kind of you do, because that's exactly what you're doing. Okay, as though we couldn't get out of the water any sooner, CBC learners, in another headline, get second shot at courses. They can make that selection. Trump turns on Putin after attack. And these are some of the things that we're seeing. We'll get into those stories later.
Let's go to the Daily Nation. Duale paves the way for Shah tycoons to pocket billions. Now, Health Cabinet Secretary Ednah Duale has gazetted regulations enabling a Safaricom-led consortium to start receiving monthly payments for its 104 billion shillings investment in a new digital health system, despite an ongoing court case seeking to annul the deal. Now, thousands line up to view Pope's body ahead of funeral tomorrow. About 2,500 people per hour have been feeling past the body of Pope Francis as it lies in state at the St. Peter's Basilica in Vatican, with emerging concerns over some of who choose to take selfies or shoot content. Yeah, TikTok with the Pope's body lying in state.
Wow! The Business Daily, in which is this color of the paper generally? Light brown.
It looks like peach.
Off-white.
Well, okay. That color. Kenya to take first 64 billion tranche of its UAE loan. That's half $500 million they've just taken because they had the opportunity of taking up to $1 billion. So it's been reduced to $500 million. The other $500 million to be taken next year. So it's quite an interesting thing. This is the very few times where we've seen Kenya take a loan from the UAE. Ruto's spending on growth projects dips to 11-year low. So spending on development projects in the 9 months of the current financial year has dipped to an 11-year low following a 17.69% year-on-year cuts on development. In other stories that are similar, Eurobond buybacks, loans lift debt service cost by 131 billion. So when we bought back the loan, Kenya's public debt service cost of the year ending June has climbed by 131 billion.58 billion. Following the Treasury's buyback of Eurobonds and trade and development bank loans in March. Bwana sifiwe sana.
In other words, we still owe money?
No, in other words, we have borrowed more from China. We are discussing with the IMF. We borrowed from UAE. We are spending less on development and increasing what we pay out in debt. So if I was to string the story together, we are borrowing and developing less and paying debts more.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's look quickly at the headlines making the Star today. Inside Ruto's new Chinese 650 billion shilling SGR contract. President criticizes the US over punitive tariffs and decides to shake the hands of the East. Okay. A major U-turn as CS Ogamba gets mathematics back on the curriculum. Just in case you thought you were getting dizzy, it's not just yet because other things are happening with that curriculum. So mathematics, previously not compulsory from the same ministry, now they're saying, you know what, put it back. Sawa. Hey, I'm just tired. Tough laws await you. Murakomen fires warning to religious fanatics. You people don't play with us because this thing you're taking it out of. Come on.
Yes.
Can have 630 something people dead in one part of the country, then we are starting to see another on this other side. A possible 52. No, stop it, or we'll deal with you. On this one I agree with him. This thing, come on, you can't just be killing people anyhow, but because exactly what you're doing.
But even as it gives those conditions, can you tell us about what happened to the recommendations and reports and where we are with Shakahola?
You know, you can't, because he was not there. It was somebody else who is now the deputy president. No, now you're asking him to do something and he was not there at that time.
But also, in another article, it says that they're employing the Official Secrets Act to stop people who leave government and release secrets. So, yeah.
Just don't be playing around with us. Siasa wars is also something that we see on the Star. Broad-based wars now triggers fault lines in ODM party and Nyanza. Really? It is a Health Friday, so looking at one of the stories, a ray of hope facing heart surgery after 10 years of a struggle. So these are some of the things that we're looking at. We'll look at more stories in detail when we come back from this break at 26 minutes to 7 o'clock. The Situation Room this Friday, looking at stories making headlines in detail after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
Cloudy conditions and a chance of rain this morning in Nairobi at 15 degrees. It's 13 and sunny in Nakuru with partly sunny conditions at 15 in Nyeri. 11 and cloudy into Eldoret, while Mombasa is sunny at 25. Malindi at 25 will be sunny. It's 20 and clear into Kisumu with 17 and cloudy conditions in Kakamega, while at 19 it's partly cloudy in Kampala, 25 and sunny in Dar es Salaam. It's 9 degrees and cloudy into Johannesburg, while looking into a mostly sunny Mogadishu at 27 and partly sunny conditions at 14 in Addis Ababa. It's clear at 28 into Lagos, while at 24 it is clear in Kinshasa. Beijing going into Friday afternoon is 19 and sunny, while it's 8 degrees and cloudy this morning in Paris and 7 and cloudy in London. We round things out to New York, where Thursday night is clear at 21.
102.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Traffic.
All right, not too busy a morning. Let's just take a look at around the city. And in this case, around the country too. Talk to us about what may be going on where you are. Right around that Pangani underpass is where we see the most of it for now. It's looking good on Jago Road. Just a little bit about that Makadar train station heading out towards Landis, which, by the way, is clear. There is a lot of hullabaloo going on Haile Selassie, and that's just at Wakulima there, so that'll be crazy for a minute. Outer Ring in and outbound is starting to build, and we're seeing some traffic as you come in from North Airport Road heading out onto Outer Ring. So let's keep an eye on all of this and see what happens as we get into Friday proper Spice FM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, in the Situation Room this morning, Ndu, Dennis and Mark with you. And we're now looking into some of these stories. My head is actually spinning. And not just because of the flu, but because of how we just go about things in a roundabout nature. So there are stories that... around education. If we look at the Star, the story here is that now after they said, you know what, in the selection for courses, which by the way happens as we come back to school next week, is that math was made compulsory. Rather, it was not compulsory, and then there was a hullabaloo, and they're like, no, we're going to keep it compulsory or not compulsory, and then the CS Ogamba comes back and says, you know what, it's compulsory, and it's going to be compulsory across all pathways. He now says the government will reinstate some form of mathematics in the senior secondary schools across all pathways. Remember, as grade 9ers, this is their last year of junior secondary school. They have to make the selection for pathways going into grade 10. So now they've said, you know, in some form it will be compulsory across 10, 11 and 12. The move follows widespread uproar from professionals and other Kenyans who opposed an initial proposal to scrap mathematics as a compulsory subject. And we saw the reasons that they were giving as per, you know, there was dismal performance and, you know, a lot of students see it hard. And we said, you know what? That's fine. But rather than chuck the thing out the window, how about you review your teaching mechanisms? How about you review how you deal with it from a tutor point of view? The majority of stakeholders during the CBC dialogue were of the view that mathematics should be compulsory in senior school, so they said, okay, fine, we'll make it compulsory. Isn't that great? All we have to do is just open our mouths and say we oppose something, and somebody can say, okay, fine, you know, put it back. We don't really care about why we removed it in the first place. And as though it was, you thought it was safe to get out of the water, there is a report. It was done, and they've decided, you know what? Let's revise the funding model. This is all across matters education. The report says grade 10 learners will get a chance to revise study areas. Ministry changes tune on teaching of mathematics. Learners joining the senior secondary school will have a second chance to change what they wish to study. Remember when they came here and then we said, the students are going to choose, and once you choose it is final. And we said, you know what? These are children. At grade 10, these are 14-year-olds, 14 to 15-year-olds, okay? And can they then be responsible for making life-changing, life-altering decisions in terms of their education and then not get a chance to roll back? So now this new report has come and said, you know what, actually, how about we give them a chance to make a second selection. However, the Cabinet Secretary yesterday said the subject should be divided into pure mathematics for learners who choose to study sciences and simplified math for students who wish to pursue other pathways. But at the end of the day, math will remain there. It's the final County Dialogue Report 2025 that's bringing all these things into a discussion.
Did they also change the name of it?
Yes.
Yes.
CBC now goes to CBE.
So competency-based curriculum to competency-based education. Okay. This is my question. How does renaming things change anything? Well, what is our obsession with baptizing things and giving it another name?
Because give it new lease of life.
You know, Mark, I need my tongue anointed because there's a part of that really scares me. They said that the entire curriculum needs to be reviewed in 6 months. 6 months. From 0 years of learning and another 16 years plus in 6 months.
So what's your problem?
My problem is, one, do you know how long it took us to develop CBC?
I said people are not even finished implementing it. Now you want to change it and make it something else.
You see,
you know there's a song. I'm not sure whether it's a political song, but it needs to be applied. It says, baby, calm down. Calm down. As in, tutulie tu, please. As in, I just need to breathe.
You see, when you talk about this issue to do with curriculum education and whatever is happening with CBE now, there is the question of piloting these exercise, going through the processes, making sure that all the loose ends have been tied up. Because even now, this entire conversation on mathematics is being removed. We just had one day that, we are removing it because of dismal performance. And Kenyans started speaking about it.
Yes.
And we even had, I think it was the KICD boss saying, we will chamois this thing because students are not performing, which in turn goes to affect their overall performance. But no one ever sat down to look at why there is dismal performance and what are the solutions to address that. Now here we're being told, because you guys made noise, it is back. And even now that it's coming back, this CBC thing, I think it has a problem. But let's baptize it.
No, they're just changing the name. They're not. It's like rebranding. That when you call it curriculum, it just sounds one kind straitjacket. But when you call it a competency-based education, it's a system. They didn't say they're changing anything.
But you see, students fail subjects because their teachers are useless. So call it whatever you want to do. But if your teacher doesn't know how to teach you, thou shalt not learn. And this is the problem with this country. When you look at all the complaints that people have had over CBC, they started with it's involving us too much, right? No one has said that CBC is producing subpar Kenyans, right? We've not said that the kids so far, when we grade them, they're not doing as good as those who did KCPE. But we've not finished the process.
You haven't. You can't reach that because you've not seen. You have not seen one completed student from the curriculum. You haven't seen one.
Yes.
The grade 9s are the ones who started the thing. They've been the guinea pigs from when they were in grade 3 in 2019 when this whole thing started. They're going into grade 9 and in every term they've been the guinea pigs. They were the guinea pigs at grade 3. They were the guinea pigs when they were finishing grade 6 and they were going to grade 7 and didn't have one damn book to do the thing into second term when they were in grade 7. Now they're in grade 9. They're going into the second term and they're being told choose pathways and then they will be permanent. Okay, choose pathways, then they will not be permanent. Okay, choose pathways, and if you're going to do STEM or whatever you're going to do, math is not compulsory. Then they're told again, okay, fine, choose pathways, but then maybe it will not be compulsory, and we'll only do simple maths for those who are not doing STEM, and we'll do pure maths for those who are doing STEM. I mean, for crying out loud.
And then crown it up after all that.
Do you know what it sounds like to me, Ndu? It's like someone got pregnant, go to month 4, and said,
I'm not doing again.
No, I don't like this baby. I am changing the baby. You get? Because it is a process you are committed to, and things take time.
Yeah.
And typically that time is not 6 months. Please let us not delude ourselves. I do not know how it is possible on God's green, blue, and slightly desert earth. How in 6 months you are going to change a whole curriculum for which parts of it you've never even tested.
So I think the 6 months issue comes in when they're talking about how they will implement the new mathematics sector into the design. So when they say that they will now say it is not compulsory, so pure maths for STEM, simple maths for everybody else. Now they've been given 6 months to see how they will design that particular implementation.
As we talk about the 6 month period that they're using to find out how they're going to implement these math into the system, the kids are going back to school during this 6 month period.
I know.
They are continuing with this curriculum. Call it whichever way you want. And after the 6 months, these kids are back home going to third term, to proceeding to the next class. I mean, what exactly?
The 6 months we talk about is the 6 months between now and when schools close for the year in October.
Yes.
So now, essentially, because they will start the pathways in January 2026.
You know why I'm still stuck on this 6 months? You see, this pure math and simple math, I don't know how they'll define it. That's another problem. But for you to get to that point, you've got to go back to grade when you were starting to do mathematics, so that by the time you get to the point where you make a choice, you have enough information to make a choice. Because if they're going to make a choice and they have so I'm asking you to choose A or B.
STEM, humanities, whatever it is.
No, I'm asking you choose A or B.
B.
Right, how am I feeling?
See, that's the point, because there is no information that this child has to choose. 6 months is simply not enough.
No, the 6 months mark is not for them to make a choice. The 6 months is how they will implement the math design into the pathways.
I know that, and I agree with you. And I'm still saying 6 months is not enough because a curriculum does not appear when you get to university. It is assumed that you have been prepared from the word go, to that point where you get to university and you're choosing economics versus pure math, that you should know the difference. So when they say it is going to take 6 months to choose between pure math and simple math, I'm calling it the same thing we did with Shif and Shah. We cannot hurry these things.
Of course not. But what they're saying is the 6 months is for them to see how, for example, you see the pathways, listen, the pathways that we are going into is STEM is one of those pathways, and humanities and arts are other pathways. Yes. So you are going to choose your pathway anyway.
Anyway, yes.
Yeah.
Okay? This 6 months that the collaborators have been given is for them to see how they, not you who's making the choice, how they will apply the math into this pathway. It has not. You don't deal with that as a student.
Hang on, 6 months is still not enough.
You don't deal with that. You still go ahead and make the choice. When you get into class in grade 10 in January 2026, the hope is that you will now see whether math as a core has been now changed to simple math if you're doing the humanities, or the pure math if you're doing the STEM.
Which as they find a way of inculcating
it's up to them to realize how that math will be included.
There is an entire ecosystem involved. We have teachers who will be implementing this. We have the KICD who will be coming up with the entire structure of education and everything. Is 6 months enough to change all these things and put it down to paper?
We have a quickie country. We need to stop. Not that one. Everything wants to be done microwave style. This is what we did with health. We moved from NHIF to SHIF in 2 seconds. And by the way, I personally think universal healthcare is a very good thing. I also think that mathematics that is simplified for those guys who are going to be musicians and things like that, I think it is important. My problem is we want to do things so quickly and in such a rush manner that at the end of the day, we do not give any of the institutions, the people, or the learners enough time to do it. 6 months is not possible. We can't even make a baby in 6 months.
Wait, well,
we can't.
Anyway, the thing is, You can. You know why? Because you started from the end and now you want to come to the beginning.
Yeah.
You already know that these learners are going to grade 10 in January. So you have no choice but to do the thing in 6 months. You think somebody stood up and said 6 months because I like 6? No, it's actually following the calendar that we are in the month of April, right? And schools close in 6 months to finish the year. So you don't have any other time to do it because these kids are not going to wait for you to do anything else. They're going to go to grade 10 in January.
I think the summation of it all, personally, for me, is fine. We will take the 6 months, but at the end of it, we need to sit down and ask the tough questions in terms of why wasn't this planned from the word go? Why wasn't it part of the entire conversation when we were implementing CBC?
And now that buttresses Mark's argument because that's the reason we're looking at here. We're not looking at saying is 6 months enough. No, it's a planning and implementation issue. Mark, they could say 24 months. You know what? And it still would not be sufficient because we are not dealing with issues of even time. We are dealing with a fundamental issue of implementation. It's a problem. We're also dealing with a fundamental issue of planning things without all the resources in tow. That's a problem. CBC, CBE, CBZ, whatever you want to call it today.
Curriculum-based zebras.
Whatever you want to call it, right? It needs more than the resource of money. It needs a lot more than that.
And that's my point. Imagine I agree with you completely. I am just like, we are riding on the Autobahn at 300 kilometers per hour. I am saying 50 kilometers per hour is fine. In fact, let's do 80 because it's the right one. And then stop changing things too fast. Because the reason we are here is we decided it's not compulsory, then flip-flopped on it being compulsory, and then now we look like we are shuffling our own legs.
No, we're not. We don't look like we're shuffling our own legs.
Actually.
We are
shuffling.
Yeah.
So please, for the sake of our kids, for the sake of the future, please, the guys who are making these decisions, just slow down. You know, sometimes it is better to move with a system that has been prepared. Let it run its course. Sit down after, you call them the experiment generation, right? When they have finished the process, let us learn, where did things go wrong? Fix it correctly, slowly as we go, without making major announcements. If you don't believe me, you go home today, announce you're buying a new car in the morning, tell your kids you're buying a toy car in the afternoon, tell your wife you're buying a new wedding ring in the evening, and wake up tomorrow and see whether they'll still love you when none of those things are done.
Yeah, we look at another story.
Yes, please do.
Let's
before Mark bursts something.
Kenya agrees Kenya agrees to multi-way funding model for the SGR extension to Malaba, and this comes with conditions from China. Now, Kenya yesterday appeared to agree to China's preconditions to fund the railway line extension to the border with Uganda. The details emerged after President William Ruto and his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping in Beijing for bilateral talks as part of the Kenyan leader's state visit to China. The deal and its fine print was omitted from the official dispatches shared with the media after the hours. But the Daily Nation understands the Chinese agreed to build the line from Naivasha to Malaba in three-way funding model. Officially, the two sides agreed on an MOU to review railway sector laws, regulations and policies, as well as the development of railway technical and operation standards. Now, the MOU seeks to guide the planning and subsequent advancement and development of the infrastructure to cover locomotives, rolling stock and railway operations management as part of the multimodal transport, the official dispatch said. Now, one of the deals that have been involved here is exclusive Chinese contracting to operate the railway. Tutajenga, tutawapea pesa, the land is yours, running on your whatever, but we operate it until...
And the money is alone?
Yes.
Okay. First, me, I'm happy the railway is going to Malaba. Let me just be very clear.
Okay.
Because Tanzania has an electric SGR. That thing has revolutionized Tanzania, right? Travel in Tanzania has been cut to some places by more than 50%. So yes, I agree. The railway needs to go to Malaba. It's the whole point of it. However, I also agree unpopular opinion with those Chinese statements. And I'll tell you why. The SGR was not built for Mark Bichachi to go on holiday to the coast.
No?
Yeah.
It was built for trade and efficiency. And to be honest, even since the Uhuru regime, we have not used SGR the way it's supposed to be. Containers come this way full from Ombaso to the city, go back empty. We need to standardize that railway infrastructure so that, unpopular opinion again, and if you drive a lorry, don't hit me on the road, so that these trucks that cause traffic in CBD have to use the bypass can stop operating, because the train should be more efficient. I'm sorry for people who lose their jobs, but if you're going to be serious about the economy, I agree with all of that.
Okay. I think as the SGR was being implemented, the entire ecosystem again, we look at what gets into the country and what goes out. So as we are taking SGR from Mombasa to Malaba, let's look at how we are also enhancing the areas where these railway will pass, so that we also have something that is going back, so when it's Nairobi, what are we getting out of Nairobi? Do we have our coffees that is coming from the tributaries to Nairobi that we are then using the railway to take to Mombasa for further shipping outside the country? It is going to Malaba. What are we getting from Uganda, from Busia, from Kakamega that we are shipping? So the country itself, the country should go back and look at EPZs in these satellite towns to further enhance the real purpose of this railway. It is not just enough to have the railway. The railway has to function.
The railway has to target Uganda, has to target Congo. In fact, the whole point we're building this railway is to evacuate things from Eastern Congo. That's why we've always had that railway. And then add Uganda, and then add, not Tanzania. Tanzania is fighting us in terms of the logistics because of the port issues. They are focused on beating us on transportation in the region. So Uganda may use it, Rwanda, Burundi, Congo. Those are the countries we are targeting. And without getting to Malaba, this story is a dead story. You understand? So at the end of the day, the railway needs to get there. We hope it is electrified, then it is even better and even faster. But also, the reason why we built the SGR, if you remember Kibaki's statement, and I remember it very well, he said that you should be able to travel from Nakuru to Nairobi between 30 minutes to an hour. So it means also the way you are able to distribute your population and decongestify Nairobi is dependent on how fast it is.
You can move people.
Yes. So it has a lot of meaning, and its implementation from the beginning has had a lot of flaws. However, it is something we really, really need to do, and it will be the backbone of this economy. So I agree with the Chinese.
Do you think it's about time that these contracts that are signed as well are just made public? Because even based on this, nobody knows exactly the fine print of these agreements.
No, I think it's about time that everybody just got serious about doing their job, because then you see some other things just fall into place naturally. And the reason why these things are not made public, the reason why you cannot implement this, the reason why you cannot actually see money follow function, form follow function, is because people are not serious about getting things done. That's just at the bottom of it. And the story that I'm going to tell you now in the next 1 minute, it will actually give way to that. Duale, who is the CS in the Ministry of Health, has paved the way for the Shah tycoons to pocket billions. You ask how? I'll tell you. He's published regulations paving the way for the Safaricom-led consortium to start receiving monthly payments on the 104 billion shilling investment in a digital health system. Really quickly, he has gazetted regulations enabling them to do this. It was gazetted on the 9th of April. The digital health regulation authorizes payments based on agreed milestones, despite an ongoing court case seeking to annul the deal. I'm not going to go further than that, but essentially this is what has happened. That those who've come in, those who created the thing in the first place, then were told, we're going to pay you. If you've reached point A, we'll pay you. Reach point B, we'll pay you. The thing has gone to court, but they said, okay, yeah, no problem. It's going to court, but in the meantime, you need to be paid. We'll pay you. Is Shah working? That's not an issue. You need to be paid.
Yeah.
We're going to pay you. And it's gazetted. So, it's done.
People who owe me money should follow the same example.
They should also gazette regulations upon which you shall be paid.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, those are some of the things that we're looking at as we look into the stories making headlines this morning. You want to shake your head. Somebody's got their knickers in a twist over these issues. That is for sure. Wow. All right. will look into technology that can actually pinpoint and start to treat and contain cancer on Healthy Friday. And that's our conversation that we have coming in at 7 o'clock. And join us in those conversations as we do get ahead. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. China has committed to financing and supporting major infrastructure projects in Kenya as President William Ruto continues with his state visit to the Asian country. President Ruto met his Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping in Beijing on Thursday, where they announced a raft of bilateral agreements and economic deals aimed at deepening cooperation. China committed to finance the extension of the standard gauge railway to Malaba, the Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway upgrade, the Eldoret and Kiambu bypasses, and the construction of the Nithi Bridge. Ruto, who's attracted criticism over his borrowing spree, insisted that he's not seeking new loans.
I have already had conversations on investment opportunities. Many people get worried that we are only discussing loans and credit and things like those. I want to tell you that we are becoming more innovative in how to finance development. There are new instruments that can enable us deliver on infrastructure using private resources and technology.
This even comes as Kiharu MP and former National Assembly Budget and Appropriations Committee Chair Ndindi Nyoro has warned that Kenya is staring at a looming debt crisis.
Tukiendelea na mwenendo wa kukopa sana, wale watabeba mzigo ni wale wanakuja hapo beleni, na pia wale wako watakuwa na threat ya kwamba tukiweka mzigo ambayo italeta shida ya kwamba hata Kenya haiwezi lipa hiyo kodi. The effects are catastrophic. Na kwa hivyo ni vizuri we manage and prudently aim in managing public resources in a manner that we are not borrowing beyond our limits. As we talk now, in terms of debt, we are in what we call a crisis.
Meanwhile, President Ruto is scheduled to visit China's Fujian province today, where he'll engage with leading manufacturers in the tea and e-mobility sectors. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula is set to represent Kenya at the funeral of Pope Francis tomorrow. Wetangula departed the country last evening after joining ODM leader Raila Odinga at the Vatican Embassy in Nairobi, where they signed a condolence book and met with the Pope's representative. They described Pope Francis as a champion of equality and a global voice for the vulnerable.
We paid tribute to him in the House, observed a minute's silence, and in my communication I quoted one of his very profound statements, that the world is like a public hospital that heals wounds, that warms hearts, that he stood for building bridges between people and communities and not barricading walls around people and communities.
America and Europe generally, that each time there is trouble or problems anywhere in the world, he has been a voice of reason. He has spoken for the downtrodden, has spoken for the oppressed, whether it was in Indonesia, whether it was in Gaza, whether it was in Mexico, wherever it was.
Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has said all chiefs and sub-chiefs within the jurisdiction of Melchio St. Joseph Missions of Messiah Africa Church, where 2 people died, will be held accountable. Murkomen said the incident could have turned into another Shakahola massacre had the police not acted swiftly. He was speaking in Kitui, where he presided over his Jukwaa la Usalama Barasa involving locals and area administration officers.
We must hold our chiefs and assistant chiefs accountable in everything that happens in your locality. There should be no chief or assistant chief who will have an issue happening in his village and he doesn't know. He must be aware, or she must be aware of what's happening in their surrounding. And we want to make sure that these issues are going to be sorted at the local level. And that's why when we are saying we are strengthening national administration, we are strengthening it to make sure that it is responsive to the security needs of the people and service delivery to the grassroots.
A teenage girl has been killed and 3 students were injured in a stabbing at a private school in Western France on Thursday afternoon. The attacker is said to have been arrested at the scene after being restrained by a teacher. A significant police presence and emergency services were sent to the school, with army officers also present. It has since been evacuated. Eyewitness accounts in local media described students running through the site, with some confined to classrooms after an alarm was sounded around lunchtime. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
Spice FM, Nakuru. Traffic.
All right, it's not doing too badly this morning with traffic. I think that most parts are moving smoothly, except, of course, when you get onto the Eastern Bypass and then you head out towards North Airport Road. We also have some outbound traffic on North Airport Road coming past that Embakasi area, and that's bumper to bumper, so that's busy. Traffic is then spilling in and out from Outer Ring, and then we'll see some traffic that comes in from Kangunda Road, in and outbound traffic coming all the way from Njiro and actually out in that direction. It's also starting to build on the Thika Super Highway coming in from Kiambu Road, and also some traffic coming in on the Thika Super Highway through towards the Pangani Underpass. That is busy. Limuru Road, as we normally see at this time, is also starting to build, coming in from Village Market out all the way through towards the junction that takes you towards Wangai Highway. So we're getting into traffic hour in a short while. Let's keep an eye on things. We want to keep it moving this Friday. All things not regardless, as Aseto would say. And we'll talk SpiceFM KE on X hashtag. The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
A very good morning to you. It's 7 minutes after 7 o'clock, and we're into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this Friday. And it is a healthy Friday conversation that we will be having, and we'll be looking at technology. We'll be looking at a number of things around those. And even as we do that today, I've got to remind you, getting into the weekend, and it is back to school season. So how about you let Naivas be your home of deals? Naivas has walked with Kenyans through celebrations that matter. And now, as students gear up for term 2, the longest one, we're right here with you again. Naivas is saying, let's hold your hand yet again. You're preparing kids to go back to school for the new term. Don't cut corners on their shopping. Please give them everything that they need. Get fully loaded at the Naivas Kiloko near you. You don't have to go too far to find one, and you can make every item count, because tunajaza kikapu kibonge, and kijaze kikapu kibonge allows you unbeatable discounts. You grow the size of your basket with everyday low prices and a full range of back to school essentials, and guess what? They're all in one place. So how about we make the season a breeze? You turn into the hero that they see you as, for walking with them every step of the way in their educational journey. So let's do that with Naivas as we go back to school. All right, like I said, Healthy Friday conversation. We're having it around the precision in cancer imaging, what we're now able to see in terms of cancer causing, what we're now able to see in terms of cancer treatment, cure and care. And joining us in the hot seats of the Situation Room this morning, we have two guests. Dr. KG Kalur is the Director of Molecular Imaging at Healthcare Global Enterprises, and Diane Morioki is a nuclear medicine technologist. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana to the hot seats of the Situation Room. We are going to get into this this morning, and we'll talk about Dr. Kalur. So we'll get into some of this as we have this conversation. But before that, we're going to welcome you to the Situation Room in true Situation Room style. Mark Bichachi has a proverb from Mozambique that he's going to share with you, and then we would like to get your interpretation of this proverb. All right?
Well, it's a good thing that we have people who've studied biology at some level, because this includes biological entities. So, did you know, if you fail to be a lizard in your own land, you will also fail to be a crocodile in another land?
No, I could not understand.
Okay.
Let's try again.
Let us try again. If you fail to be a lizard in your own land, you will also fail to be a crocodile in another land.
Yes. Okay. Now, you are, what context I understand here is what we do in our center, in our country, and how we have been successful there, and what we are going to do here in your country. And we want to be very helpful for your patients. Okay. And why we are here? Okay. We are doing precision oncology nowadays. Okay. And it needs a precision diagnosis also. You have to be very, very accurate. Gone are the days when you are doing only CT scan or MRI scan or ultrasound scan. It will not give you all the information what you want. Okay. That is when the new technology has come. And
so before we get into the technology, Daktari, so essentially you're saying that from the proverb that you've done it somewhere and you're going to be able to do it somewhere, but you have to have started somewhere.
He's saying he's been a crocodile for a while. He's now a crocodile importer.
It may be a bit difficult to understand your local proverbs here. Whatever little I could understand, I'm telling what I was doing there. So I was a lizard there, okay? Yes. And we have grown up because everybody has to start somewhere.
Absolutely.
So today we are the largest cancer care providers in India. Okay. And we are a single specialty.
I like your ability to turn the proverb and personalize it. It's quite a unique skill. But now we need to test your friend.
Let's hear from you, Diane.
Yes,
what your interpretation
Diane, who keeps scans as pets. So please.
All right. So you can be a lizard in your country,
in your land,
crocodile in another one. So what I understand from that is if you're not being something where you're at the moment, you can't expect when you go to somewhere else you're going to be either bigger or greater than whatever you started doing when you were starting. So you have to start from somewhere, maybe be that lizard in your country, and you'll grow to something bigger, and then maybe when you go elsewhere you can even fly higher, broader than that, give more.
And
there you go.
I ask myself, the people who are applying for green cards and things like that, as you go to another land, are you going as a lizard or a crocodile?
Okay. Well, so let's get into it this morning. And as we talk about cancer, looking at a disease that in the last 30 years has really affected many, many people, not just those who are sick, but those who have to care for them in terms of family, and then those who have to then offer treatment and care, medical professionals across board. We've seen a deepening of the effect of this disease, and being able to find it continues to be an issue. That there's somebody who turned up with a flu. It's just the right example that I need to give since I have a flu, but okay. Somebody who turned up with a flu and has been going back and forth, and they made the wrong diagnosis and then ended up later with esophageal cancer. So in terms of diagnosis, this is right where this conversation lies. Because in terms of what the technology then has been able to do over the last few years, then it's pretty interesting. So give us a walkthrough about, Healthcare Global Enterprises and what it is that you've been able to do in terms of finding cancer, essentially, quite simply.
You see, every business or a hospital has a small beginning. We were about 25 years ago. We were only one small hospital in India. It was started by a group of doctors. Even in India, those days, cancer care or health care was limited only to few government hospitals, but it was not meeting the needs or requirements of the people there. So only few government hospitals were not able to cater to our population is huge. We are the most populous country in the world today. So then we, group of doctors started that, ventured, and then started at a small setup. Then eventually we have grown now, and we have 25 centers across India, and we cater to only cancer, because most of the hospitals you can see some space is allocated. Okay, this is a cancer wing in a big hospital. It is not so nowadays. Okay, because cancer it needs a lot of investment, lot of specialists are there. Technology has improved. You have to deal with the cancer in a different manner, and that is why our core competency is only cancer care, and we stick to only cancer specialty. So wherever, even in India, we have gone to tier 2, tier 3 cities. Why we are moving peripherally? Everybody will flock to the cities, but there are a lot of people who cannot afford to come to a big cities. Money matters. So we are going to their doorsteps. Then my colleague was asking, what made you come to Kenya? When we were in there, we were getting a lot of patients from Kenya. When we went through, we know when the patient moves from one country to another country, how much struggle they have to do.
Yes.
Money matters, expenditure, not only that patient, anxiety will be there. And they have to come along with their another relative. Expenditure is more. And they have to spend 1 month or 2 months there. And looking at that, we thought that why not again? We are successful in India, going to the periphery, and we are treating a lot of patients from Kenya. They were coming to us, and they were getting lost. India is a huge country, where to go? They were getting lost, so we thought that, okay, we had some friends here, colleagues here. We wanted to join hands, and they raised it, and then that is how a beginning started here, and we have started one center here.
Okay, so there is now the aspect of the technology now getting into Kenya, and that is working, and that is where Diana now as the resident who's doing that here. And one would want to ask, because he's talking about like better as a CT, and you see, even when you come into this studio, we have CT Muga. So one perhaps,
what is this CT?
Perhaps what is PET CT scan, and how critical is it when it comes to the management, diagnosis, and treating of cancer?
So, hi. Thank you for having me. I'm Diane Muriuki. I am a nuclear medicine technologist. When I say a nuclear medicine technologist, it's just like an exaggerated way of saying we can get to see what is happening in a person's body by giving something we call a radio tracer. A radio tracer helps us see what is happening in a patient's body. If there's cancer, we'll be able to pick it. If there's spread of cancer, we also see it. And that's through now the help of the PET. The PET, now you're saying the PET we keep, the PET CT we keep. A PET means positron emission tomography, CT scan. Positron emission tomography is when whatever we are injecting to a patient, which is a radio tracer, is a radioactive substance. That radioactive substance merges with the electrons in the patient's body, and through that something happens which is called annihilation. Annihilation is where this positron is being emitted, and from maybe the cancerous cells in the patient's body, we are able to pick whatever uptakes more. With that one, it's super easy to make diagnosis because it's an overview of what is happening in a patient's body. And with the help of now our PET CT scanner, which has a PET side and a CT side, because I'm sure maybe most of you have heard about the CT, the normal CT, which now contradicts the PET, because in normal CT, the CT does conventional imaging where the CT itself is emitting the radiation. But now in PET, it's vice versa, of that the patient is the one who does the emission of the radiation. And through now this positron emission tomography CT scanner, whatever the patient is emitting is picked, and through that we see images which help us see the functions of the organs in the patient's body, where the likes of Dr. Kalur can be able to make like diagnosis and even plan for treatment of this cancer.
You know, I am intrigued as someone who went for a test called metamephrine, and then I was told that is an indicator of cancer. So I started praying in tongues, and then the next day they did a CT scan, and then there was nothing, and it's all confusing as a journey for a lot of people, because the like Ndu said, you go in for a flu, then you come out that your pancreas is at stage 4. So the technology you're talking about and the center you're talking about, how much more simpler for the common person is it for them now to be able to be properly diagnosed? Because my test said I have cancer, my scan said I don't have cancer, and my faith says I don't have cancer. So how do I know for sure?
So coming to your question, so this is the diagnostic dilemma for most of the patients. PET-CT is a highly specialized investigation. You have a CT. CT is for form imaging. CT, MR, ultrasound, they will see the structure. Okay. For example, there are some lymph nodes here and there. But the CT and MRI will only tell, yes, there is a lymph node there. Okay. But is it cancerous or not? It will be difficult for them. Okay. When there is a high index of suspicion for a cancer, we use the specialized, these tracers. When we inject, they are taken up by these fellows, the cancerous tumor or the lymph node or wherever it is in the body. What happens in most of the clinical practice, for example, a woman comes with a breast lump. Usually what were they doing earlier? Just a mammogram, okay, there is a lump there, take out, do a biopsy. But today, science says that if it is more than 2 centimeter, consider that it is a systemic disease. Already it has spread.
2 centimeters?
More than 2 centimeter.
Okay.
It can be. Okay. Even if it is less than 2 centimeter also, some patients, it can be very aggressive and it has spread elsewhere.
Sorry, is this before testing, Dr.
Before testing, I'm giving you just a generalized statement. Okay. I'm not going by only the size or anything.
All right.
So here there is a unmet need. Okay, we want to be very precise. We want to know what stage patient has, because patient needs accurate diagnosis, and based on that accurate diagnosis, you can have excellent treatment options now. When I was doing oncology, I'm telling you about 20-25 years ago, if a patient comes with a lung cancer, we used to tell, okay, your life, write a will, 15 months maximum you will live. Okay, now we see 5 years, 10 years with advanced cancers. Why? Because the technology has improved, diagnosis has improved, diagnostic accuracy has improved, PET scan has made a lot of difference, and based on that, your treatment modalities have changed. Okay, and this is how we are able to do. And when we give this, as my technologist told, that they're small tracers. And usually there is a lot of apprehension also. Hey, you are injecting radioactivity into my body. What will happen? Okay, so will it cause any radiation to me? So it is nothing like that. The amount of radiation the patient gets by the radiotracer injection is on an average, thumb rule is 1/10 of what the patient gets by CT scan. So you need not worry about any radiation hazard. Okay. So when we combine both PET-CT and CT together, the patient will get some radiation, but there is within the acceptable limit. It is not going to harm. But radiation coming to the patient, for a cancer patient, from a diagnosis is immaterial, because the what you can say, risk versus benefit. Benefits far outweigh the risks. Okay, so you need not worry about the general public, lay public should not be worried, hey, I am going to undergo CT scan, PET scan, lot of radiation will happen, nothing will happen. So nothing to worry about it. So we are able to diagnose today smallest lesions. Okay, and okay, diagnosis is done. We know the staging now. What happens in any patient, earlier what they were doing, suppose for example I was giving you a breast example, one lump, they were doing just a chest x-ray or a CT scan of the chest or mammogram and be done with it. Okay, go ahead. What is happening to lungs? Has it spread to the lungs? Has it gone to the bones? Has it gone anywhere else in the body? Because it was not possible. So with the PET scan, we are doing from head to foot. So we cover everything. One simple algorithm I will tell you. For breast example, how they were doing the different types of a PET scan before coming to staging. Okay, we want to proper staging. Mammogram. Suppose the lump is on the left breast, so do a mammogram on the right side. It may be on the right side also. Then has it gone to the lung? So do a CT scan of the lung. Has it gone to the bones? Because patient may complain some vague pain in the bones here. Do a bone scan. Then if patient has some neurological deficit, say some headache or something, has it gone to the brain also? Do a MRI scan of the brain. So patient will go from pillar to post for almost 1 week from running for all these diagnostic things. Now it is not there. 20 minutes, everything done from head to foot. You will have answers. All these answers are there in 20 minutes flat. And accuracy far higher than CT and MRI. Okay, MRI is required. I am not telling that they are not at all required. And CT will give a structural information about where is the problem, where it is located. PET gives physiological information. Because the physiology always precedes morphology. Okay, because your chemistry inside, what you can say, we are basically studying in vivo chemistry. Chemistry is always the first one to become abnormal. Metabolism is changing, those cells are behaving abnormal. There are no structural changes still. Okay, suddenly the lesions will not become 5 centimeter, 2 centimeter like that. It takes time. Okay, so whereas PET is able to identify, look here, something is going wrong. Your structural changes may not be there still. So it will caution us. So we will be able to diagnose, identify the problem. Because we are doing whole body, it will avoid many unnecessary tests.
This is intriguing, Doc. And I'm curious, in the Kenyan situation, how is it going to be different? One.
Yes.
And then two, are you saying that now, instead of doing all those tests, I should just appear once a year and get a PET scan and go home knowing that I'm okay?
Okay, you have gone to an extreme, okay? Because these PET scans are expensive. It has to be judiciously used, okay? It has to be decided by the doctor. Okay, he will decide. Okay, he will decide that whether doing this particular test is justified or not. Because it is expensive test, you have to pay for that.
You know, expensive is relative, and money is not a problem.
Okay, you know, if money is not,
I do tell you that my claims as per yesterday are in the billions. So I just want to hear this practically. And perhaps let me involve the nuclear PET scan expert.
Can Daktari finish that point that he was making about, you know, the immediacy, if not the immediacy?
For the?
What you were talking about, it's not something that you would just come in and see and go, but that there's a process, isn't it?
You can just come in for a PET scan.
And then get...
you can do a PET scan and do whole body scan is done, and you will whole thing is evaluated. We'll identify the problem. Okay. So there are many patients, even in our country, they want, it has become quite popular now. They want to have, let me get it done. You can get it done, but most of the time you see there are certain guidelines. Even when any medicine is practiced, there are guidelines. It cannot be just utilized just like that. It is there. Okay, so if a person has money, I don't mind if he wants to shell out money, you can do it. But it is not justified to do just like that. And one thing I can tell you is you are going to avoid many unnecessary procedures. One example I will give you. For example, let us come to a breast cancer patient only. There is a lump. And you have done the scan, but there is already metastatic. Already it has spread all over the body. Now, otherwise, but for this, the patient would have undergone some surgery. It was unnecessary because already it has spread elsewhere. The patient goes directly for some other treatment, chemotherapy. Okay? And another example, let us say colon cancer. Okay? So, colon cancer, it may be very tiny lesion, but it has shown metastasis elsewhere in the body. Patient does not have any symptom on the colon. Okay, there is no point in doing a surgery for that. Patient will directly go to some other treatment. Otherwise, so we have avoided one major surgery, associated problems with the surgery, the cost involved in the surgery, and you are starting the particular treatment very early so that the patient will benefit. So it is known a PET scan is known to upgrade the disease at least in about 30 to 40% of the cases. You think it is stage 1, it may be stage 4.
Okay. So, Diana.
So it makes a difference.
Yeah. Dr. has talked in terms of initially when you would go in for several tests for us to know what exactly is happening. But here we now come with a new technology that fastens these things, and in 20 seconds you already have an idea of what is wrong. So in terms of you as a technician who always works, or who's always doing this test, how has that improved cases in terms of immediacy in dealing with patients, and as well as just cut the numbers in terms of patients in your station looking for these services? Because now we're talking about a week, but now we have, I can get in 20 minutes and I'm out. How has just changed the game in your sector?
This has really changed it because, for one, our institution, which I don't know if I mentioned, HCG Cancer Care, we are the first one to introduce a new tracer. It's called Gallium-68. It has a few tracers. There's FAPI, there's PSMA, and there's DOTA. For FAPI, we do general oncology cases. We can get to examine if somebody has been sent in, maybe the primary for breast, for colon, we can get to do FAPI scans to see what's the extent of the cancer. And when we are doing these scans, we are not only like looking at the extent, they can be newly diagnosed cases. And there's something you've asked, which I would like to clarify. You can't just come in for a PET scan. You need to have a request form, because PET scan, unlike maybe an ultrasound or a mammo, PET scan is not a screening exam. So you have to have like a certain baseline for you to come in for a PET scan first. But instead of like going through all, like Doc has said, go for a CT scan, maybe for your brain, go for a mammogram, then go for a chest abdominal pelvic CT scan, you have the advantage of doing a PET scan, which you'll do one scan, vertex to toes, and we'll get to see what's happening in your body. So with these FAPI scans, again, which is very, very advantageous to the patient, because unlike in the previous exams which have been happening in the country, which are FDG based, where they have maybe to fast for hours before they come in for the scan, they have to have a very long waiting time before they are maybe booked for a scan. For our facility, there's no like any major preparations needed before you come in for the scan. You can just like fast for 2 hours before the scan for FAPI scans, and we get to do the scan for you, and we'll get to examine what is happening in your body. For PSMA scans, you don't even have to have any preparation. Just walk in for the scan. There's no waiting time, because I understand most facilities you have to like wait for 2 months, 3 months. Here you just come in, you'll have your scan done. For the one which is really making outstand in the country and even in Africa as a continent is the DOTA scan. Not many countries in Africa are doing a DOTA scan. For patients who have neuroendocrine tumors, these are tumors which are tapped up from the neuroendocrine system.
Where is that?
In your body, there's a...
The endocrine system is internal medicine. It is your glands, it is your... Yes.
You've combined it with neuro, though.
Yeah. Neuro, it's an NET, a neuroendocrine tumor. You have cells in the body, and they can be neuroendocrine related to cause a certain cancer. The way you will have maybe a breast cancer, you'll have some which are neuroendocrine based. And for that, you can't do like the FDG scan or the FAPI scan. For that specific scan to see where there's metastasis for better precision and see the precise of the extent of this cancer, we have the DOTA scan, which helps us see where is this cancer really coming from and where has it moved to.
Okay.
So with
so for purposes of definition, for many who may have never heard this word, metastasize, the S and the T's always do the thing. Just give us a quick description of what that actually means and what we are looking for.
So metastasis is just explaining the spread of cancer. Instead of saying spread of cancer, we say metastasis. In the layman's language, it's just the spread of cancer. And that's another important thing which PET is helping us do, because we can get to see where the cancer has spread by just doing that PET scan, which is helping a lot of people instead of traveling all the way to India, maybe the UK, to go have this PET scan done, especially for the DOTA one. I'll emphasize on that because there's nobody else doing it. We are the ones doing it, and it's really, really helping a lot of patients, and it's easy. They are getting onto treatment, and I'm sure the treatment is helping them move along.
Okay.
You both said that you can't just walk in for a PET scan.
Mhm.
Now I'm thinking I am going to hospital A. I am seeing Dr. D, and they're giving me the traditional pathways, CT scan, etc. How do we get to you? Are you referable to? Do you take insurance? Can I tell my doctor specifically I'd like to go to this place? And this place, where is it?
Okay. HCG is located in Bichachi Road. It's next to MP Shah in Parklands. Most people haven't heard of it, but it's just there. We are a small hospital, but we are serving a lot of patients and we are doing a very amazing job. We take referrals. Most referrals come from within Nairobi, outside Nairobi, and even outside of Kenya. We've been seeing a lot of international patients, and based that it's a cancer center, purely doing cancer cases, we get a lot of cases even from international referrals, because there's a lot of treatment going on there. Other than the PET side, which just started, though it's been there for 15 years, and they have been doing treatment with the Elector machine, where they get to do SBRT treatment, IGRT treatment. Sorry. And they also do brachytherapy, which is super essential for patients who have the endometrium cancer. They are doing treatment for that. For prostate, they are doing, I think, the SPRT, right, Doc?
SPRT.
Yeah, the SPRT treatment. So it's not just the diagnosis part of it. I'd like to believe that our facility has become one African medical tourism hub, where when you come to our facility, you can get to see an oncologist for consultation.
Yeah.
They can get to refer you for a PET scan for diagnosis, and when you take back the report, they'll get even to take you in for treatment. They'll plan the treatment, and you'll still have the treatment done at our facility. It's in Bichachi Road next to MP Shah.
Okay.
Okay.
We're going to. I want
to take a break.
Yes, I want to take a break, and then we'll come back and look at then. Okay, so then what happens? Because we could have an idea about, and I'm glad that you went to that direction, because then we see that beyond the diagnosis, then there are then pathways towards treatment, and we'll get into that in just a bit. Dr. K.G. Kalur and Diane Morioki are here with us this morning. It's a Healthy Friday conversation, and we're looking at, more succinct, more precise imaging when it comes to cancer that could actually revolutionize what is happening with the treatment of this disease that has essentially taken lots of folks by storm. We're going to take a break at this point. It's 24 minutes to 8 o'clock. We'll come back and continue with this, and I know there will be questions, and we'll get into those when we come back. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The fun never stops on Star Times this Easter and April school holidays. Get ready for non-stop adventure, laughter, and learning for big and little kids. Renew your subscription for 2 months and get a free upgrade to the next higher bouquet for 2 months. Dive into the best kids entertainment with Boing, Jim Jam, CBeebies, Toonami, Da Vinci, ST Tunes, and Cartoon. There's something for every little explorer. Buy a Star Times decoder at any of our business halls or dealers nationwide for endless fun, action, and discovery all holiday long. On the move? No problem. Download StarTimes on app and enjoy your favorite shows anytime, anywhere. Dial *858# for self-service. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
The weather with SpiceFM.
16 degrees and sunny conditions in Nairobi, and looking at 13 and sunny into Nakuru with sunny conditions at 16 in Nyeri. It's 11 and mostly sunny in Eldoret, while it's sunny at 25 in Mombasa. It's 26 and sunny into Malindi. Sunny at 19 in Kisumu, while Kakamega is sunny at 19 as well. It's sunny at 21 in Kampala, where mostly cloudy conditions at 25 in Dar es Salaam. 9 degrees and sunny into Johannesburg, and we're looking into a sunny Mogadishu at 27, with sunny conditions at 16 in Addis Ababa. Lagos is clear at 27, and it's partly cloudy at 24 in Kinshasa.
Traffic.
All right. right, getting into traffic hour. We are now looking at a little bit of traffic having then built up as you cross over to Wayaki Way from James Gishuru. So that's doing that. And it's starting to spread on the Thika Superhighway as you get towards the Pangani Underpass. And a little bit of that on Kiambu Road as well as on Limuru Road. Eastern Bypass also giving traffic out towards North Airport Road, and Outer Ring has quite some of that in and outbound. We're in traffic hour. Let's see as we continue and keep things moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
This morning on a Healthy Friday conversation, we're exploring how PET-CT technology is probably making this fight against cancer, a little bit easier. If we look, Dr. Kalur, at what has been happening over time, how have we been, for us to understand how much better this is or how much easier it's making things? How are we dealing with diagnosis before this PET-CT technology?
Yes. Before this PET-CT technology, it was what I can call as form imaging. Basically, we were seeing anatomical changes. Okay, there is a lump coming or there is a tumor which grows in size. It was diagnosed with ultrasound or a CT scan or an MRI scan. It is how it is diagnosed most of the places across the world, even today. But that will not help the treating physician. He needs more answers. Okay, you have found some lump somewhere. A CT scan shows there is a mass there, but we want to know what it is. Biopsy has to be done, or there is a high index of suspicion because it is flagged as, okay, there is some tumor there, likely to be cancer or malignant. So the next question is, okay, if it is malignant, how to deal with this? What we have to do next? So whenever there is malignancy, the treating doctor wants the biopsy information. And he also wants to know, is it localized, only that place, or it has spread elsewhere? So this is where the PET will help, which has revolutionized. I can say the PET has revolutionized the way we are doing oncology imaging today, and also oncology treatment is heavily dependent upon this PET scan because the amount of information, CT and PET, here 1 + 1 is not 2. The amount of information coming out from both PET and CT together is phenomenal. It is exponential. Okay, so that extra information is helping the patients to undergo better treatment. And suppose there is a lesion there. Now we want to do a biopsy. Okay. And PET will tell, if you put in particular needle in this particular area, your chances of getting a successful biopsy report is high. Earlier they were using mass laser, just blindly put a needle and do it. It was not giving, say, a good pathological information because it was coming as a blood or necrosis. Whereas when we add PET will always identify where the tumor is growing. So you put the needle where it is creating a problem for the patient. So you take out the sample from there, subject it to pathology and do it. So PET is also helping to do a better biopsy. Next, now PET is also helping to do better radiotherapy. Okay, so today it is, earlier it was only CT based radiotherapy planning. Now if you add PET information, PET will always find something extra here and there. Now, based on the CT scan, your field was, okay, let us say 10 by 10 centimeter to give radiotherapy. Now, beyond the 10 centimeter, there is another fellow lurking there, which was not identified in the CT. So, it is identified in the PET. In the same go, you are treating in the same time that area also. So, you are giving better chance of treatment success and better survival rate. So, because when you are seeing the whole body, that picture changes totally. It is not, when we do a cancer imaging now, it is not only regional. You have to do whole body. So, that is one which is helping a lot. And next, it is also helping surgeons to do better surgery now. Okay. So, it has affected almost all fields, say biopsy, radiotherapy, and planning of radiotherapy, and the surgery. And there are PET-directed surgeries now. There are small probes are given to the patient, to the doctor, inject it. Patient will go to the OT. it may be very tiny, and the probes will detect radiation. Okay, so the surgeon may be finding very difficult. I am seeing in the machine, but it may be very difficult for him to see on the OT bed. No, a lot of blood, everything there. They just hold the probe there. It will make a lot of noise. Take out that. So surgery by noise, not by. Okay.
You know, it's amazing.
Yes,
and I'm so glad to hear this. When we talk about after the analysis, she had mentioned that there's oncologists and things like that.
Yeah.
So what kind of care, if in the unfortunate event the tests are positive and we need to have surgery by ear, as you call it, what extent of services post diagnosis are you offering?
Yes.
And how different is it from making it unnecessary for me to go to India?
Yeah. That is why we are precisely here. I am very happy to say, and I used to feel bad for the patients who are traveling 6 hours, 10 hours, come there with all the misery, pain and all. Today we have brought that technology to your doorstep. Today we can proudly say that we do different types of PET scans. We do around 12 different types of PET scans. Most of the centers in the world do only one, what is called as the FDG PET scan, for which you need a nuclear reactor, cyclotron. Okay, so it is a huge amount of investment. You need a lot of people, expenditure. Why PET scan was expensive was because of that also. Now with the advent of new technology, it has changed. We don't need a cyclotron anymore for diagnosing 90% of your day-to-day, our clinical practice. Okay, and most of the centers, they do only one PET scan called FDG, fluorodeoxyglucose, because glucose is required for us. We have energy is required, and cancer cells need more energy. I'm telling in very simple manner. So they need more energy because they are rapidly progressing, dividing. So whatever that radioactive glucose we give, the cancer cells will take up those cells more, and they become evident in the PET scan. But that is not the only answer now, because different cancers have different needs. They need different food to survive and propagate. The science has identified all those things now. And for different cancers, we are using different PET scans, because we know this particular, she told about a DOTA scan. It's a neuroendocrine tumor, for which there is something called a somatostatin receptor expression. We have certain molecule there which will go identify that. It will go only there, nowhere else. So your diagnosis is much more precise. Okay, and FAPI is one which is it has become quite popular, because you don't need to fast like when you do a PET scan. Walk in, walk out, and uptake into the tumor is so fast. With radioactive glucose, you have to wait for 1 hour. Here, you can start doing the scan within 20-30 minutes after giving injection. Isotope injected is less. Radiation burden to the patient is less. The amount of information FAPI is giving is much more than the conventional FDG PET scan done anywhere in the world, even in your country. Now we have brought different type of tracers. We are currently doing 4 PET scans. We are just evaluating. Slowly we are adding another 7 to 8 different type of PET scans, which your patients are getting here. Some of these things are still not done in Europe and USA.
Okay.
Because our center is heavily into research, all those things. We bring the new technology for the betterment of the patient. New science. The same thing we are promising to our Kenyan friends here, that whatever is being done in India is being done right now in your country.
All right.
So all these advanced PET scans, many of the centers, they don't do at all. Even in the advanced countries or advanced centers, that is right now happening in your country. They are getting cutting edge diagnostic information that will definitely help your patients to have a better treatment.
Okay, so Diana, there is the aspect of the PET scans now being in the country. Kenyans do not travel to India, but even when Kenyans are in the country, how affordable is the treatment? And I remember earlier, Mark had asked in terms of insurance. Do you uptake insurance? And even when we talk about cutting the cost, because now we're talking about not doing close to 10 tests, we're only doing one. You don't have to travel to India. You're now in the country. So in terms of Kenyans not going there, what do the numbers look like for you? And in terms of cost, what are we looking at?
in terms of cost, for the patient is very much cost efficient because SHA, which is, I believe every person nowadays has it, which is the government endorsed, is covering for that exam. Okay. It covers. And insurances, we are open to Jubilee, AR, almost all insurance, we are taking that, and the cost is being covered by the insurances and the SHA. So that makes it very easy for the patient, and for the aspect of them not having to travel all the way to India to go have the scan, all that struggle and the sadness and the family, the provision and all, is making it very, very easy for the patient.
Okay.
So,
so Deanne, do we find that this test is the reason why a lot of people are traveling to India in the first place?
Yes. Okay. Because you'll find most people earlier on, the scan wasn't locally available, but now we have it locally available. They can just come have it, and very soon, I'm sure, with the direction we are taking, we'll even start the diagnostics, which will be like a total hub for everything. You'll have your scan, we'll have your treatment, and everything will be sorted. But as of now, we are having the sorry. We are having the local treatment, the radiation, the surgery, the chemo, everything is there.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's no need for the patient to travel. Yeah.
Anymore.
And if I'm paying out of pocket, what are we looking at?
It's very, very much affordable.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Affordable is relative.
Yeah. Compared to them traveling all the way and having all the things they'll have to settle, maybe go book for the hospital, the hotels to stay in. When you just come have it here, it's very affordable for the patient to manage.
Okay.
And having the SHA covering,
of course, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
I'm trying to liken this to the test we would normally have. That, nowadays we are saying everybody go in for a test. Men go in for, your test. Women go in for your pap smear, go in for your breast exam. Do your breast exam yourself. This is not the test, and I can wake up today and I can go and ask for a pap smear to be done. I'll get one done.
Yes.
Right? Or I can go and ask that. But for this, what you're saying is that I have to have a referral for me to come and have the test done?
Yes, you need to have a request form from a doctor for you to do the scan. You can't just walk in because it's not a screening method.
It's not screening?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So there must have been a pre-diagnosis of cancer for you to get this?
No, nothing like that. You see, for example, as I'm a doctor, a lady walks in. My clinical examination knows that, frankly, she has a breast cancer. The first investigation, at least done in our center in India, is straight away PET scan. Because it will cut down many unnecessary investigations. By end of the day, you have all the diagnosis done. And the mandate given to me is if the patient does not have a biopsy report, it is my responsibility to take out best possible site to do the biopsy. Within 2 days, you have the biopsy report also ready. By within 1 week, your treatment will start. Okay. So if a clinician has a high index of suspicion that this patient has a cancer, he can straight away do the PET scan. Otherwise, what is happening most of the places, even in India, including here, they usually go to the facility may not be available, nearest available. Here, that center may be far off, maybe 300, 400 kilometers from here. He may be trying to do locally whatever ultrasound or a CT scan. That radiologist or local specialist will tell, this is the tumor you have. Then you want to do anything further, better do a PET scan upfront. That will, in my practice, it will save lots and lots of unnecessary procedures, and money it saved a lot.
Are we seeing, and obviously this is a technology, and you tell us about it's being launched today, this machine that you give us a little bit of information about that. But are we seeing that as a result of this PET CT, that folks are getting treated with better results? Are we seeing that as a result of this precision testing, that treatment and the care thereafter can then be targeted and folks are coming out? Are we seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe both of you can go into that.
I'll tell you, the treatment has dramatically changed. PET CT is the single most important, you can say, investigation of this millennium or this century, which has changed the way we are treating the cancer patients. They are having better diagnosis, earlier treatment, better outcomes. That is foregone conclusion. Everyone has understood that. Next, coming to very precise treatment. Can this particular ligand, or what you can say tracer, we are using it to pinpoint with a pinpoint accuracy where is the tumor. Okay. Now, if I diagnose that particular isotope and that chemical is going and sitting in that tumor, can I use something else so that whatever medicine I am going is going and sitting there only? There is a new medicine branch is emerging, what is called a theranostics. What is theranostics? It is the diagnostics. I am using the same information for therapy. This is a huge branch emerging now with the advent of PET technology. What is it going to do? For a PET scan, I am using the isotope which is low energy. It will not cause any damage to patient at all. No radiation hazard. But when we want to treat the cancer, we use a high energy isotope because it has to kill the cancer cell. This diagnostic isotope will not kill the cancer. It will only identify. We change out that diagnostic isotope and put a therapeutic isotope. Different isotopes are there nowadays called lutetium, actinium, terbium. So many things are coming. There is such a huge interest in all the pharmaceutical companies now in this field. Why? Because we have precisely diagnosed it, and that we are using another isotope which will go and sit there only in the problematic area and gives radiation there, very high dose radiation, without affecting a next normal cell.
What is an isotope?
Isotope is a material, okay, or you can say an element which emits radiation. Okay. So that radiation can be used for diagnosis, also for therapy.
Okay.
When we want to go for therapy, there are isotopes which emit certain beta radiation or alpha radiation that is very damaging to all the cells.
Okay.
But we don't want
healthy and sick cells.
Yes.
Okay.
Healthy and all.
Yeah.
But I am making them go to only a cancer cell, not making to go to a normal cell.
Okay.
So I am precisely guiding. Why? Because of these specialized molecules which our scientists are developing.
Okay.
So you tag that particular chemical which is used by that cancer cell for some of its function, or it may be its food in simple term. Whereas I have attached something like a poison for that. It will take up, it goes there, gives a radiation, such a high radiation that cancer cell will die. The next normal cell will not get any radiation. Okay. So this is what is called as theranostics. Diagnostic, use it for therapy. It is theranostics that we are going to start. In Kenya, we are going to start.
The same technology that can be used to destroy cancer cells is the same technology that is used to treat cancer when then found. Through the radiation.
Yes.
Now, just from what you're saying, that's coming to Kenya soon. But the diagnostic part of it already here.
Yes.
Launched today.
Yeah, being launched today. We are very excited. We will be launching our PET CT scanner. We scanned our first patient on 4th of February, but we are launching it today. We are very excited. We are looking forward to that, and we are hoping we'll reach a lot of Kenyans, and not only the Kenyans, even beyond the borders. We'll get to see more patients. We'll get to reach more doctors, and they'll send their referrals here because we have a state-of-the-art technology which is going to cut through a lot of oncology cases, and it has the power of changing people's lives. And like you asked earlier, which he answered, it also complements in if there's a cancer which was newly diagnosed, instead of going through all those tests they had to go through prior, you can go through all these tests and maybe you'll miss something, and by the treatment you're given at that point, you'll get to miss something and maybe the cancer will advance. So when you come in for this PET scan and we just do it and it's newly diagnosed, we'll catch the cancer at the very early stages, and this will make it super easy for the patient, and we'll treat them and they'll have a higher probability of
That's interesting
healing.
though, because by the time somebody does, before before they get a first diagnosis. The amount of money that folks are spending on tests is in the hundreds of thousands of shillings. So we're saying that essentially this will be cut down, and you're getting one answer one time, and then the decision can be made about what treatment you're going to get thereafter.
In fact, what I have started telling, I am seeing a lot of Kenyan patients in my center. A lot of them come for a PET scan, a lot of them come for theranostics. Now I told, don't come here. Okay. Most of the patients, I told them no need to come for the scan here. It has already started there in Kenya. You get it done. They are very super happy. Very, very happy. So it is easier. And anyway, now technology is there. We can always converse over the phone, and we can tell, and our specialists are there. And now at a push of button with the phone technology and all, we can talk, discuss. We have what is called as multidisciplinary MDT. Okay, multidisciplinary tumor board. They are a tumor board. Only one doctor cannot take a decision today. Every patient needs multidisciplinary approach. I may be seeing in my specialty only like this, but you have to always see like this. The another specialty may have another better feature. So this is what is called as multidisciplinary approach. So most of the cancer centers now have it. Okay, so even though we are sitting there, so we can always discuss over the phone and tell, okay, this is the finding, this is it, this is my opinion, and collectively they come to what is best for that patient at that particular clinical scenario.
Right. What is your website, social media, etc., so that people can be able to reach you?
So in all social media platforms, we are on TikTok, we are on Instagram, we are on Facebook. All goes at HCGCCK. You'll find us there. HCGCCK.
Okay.
Yeah.
HCGCCK.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And I think that when we look at how lives can be changed and we look at technology, this is what we're talking about in terms of what can be done. It is a big issue, and there is a lot of pressure on the shoulders of those who are unwell and their families and medical care professionals as well. Thank you for being here this morning. Dr. K.G. Kalur is the Director of Molecular Imaging, and Diane Murioki, a nuclear medicine technologist with Healthcare Global Enterprises, have been here for a Healthy Friday conversation this morning. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you. Thanks
Thank you for having
for
us.
me hearing it.
Asante sana. Good morning. 8 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Zwaya, I'm Edwin Lisamira. The Senate Committee on County Public Investments and Special Funds has called on the national government to pay debts owed to hospitals and service providers by the defunct NHIF. The committee chairman Geoffrey Ososi made the appeal during a visit to the Kilifi County Referral Hospital.
SHA iko na deni kubwa sana kule, na hiyo inafanya kuendelesha hospitali inakuwa ngumu sana, kwamba wananchi wanalipia kiwango fulani na SHA, lakini SHA ileti pesa mara moja, na hii inakuwa ngumu sana kuendesha hospitali zetu. So hiyo jambo tutaenda kuangalia pale pia.
At the same time, Kilifi County Governor Gideon Mungaro said the NHIF owes the facility over 300 million shillings.
Kufikia sasa tuko na milioni 142 za kutoka NHIF. Tuko na hizi mpya za SHA. Kwa jumla serikali tunaidai milioni 310 za SHA kuchanganya na za NHIF. Na bado tunatibu wagonjwa. Kwa hivyo tumeambia Senate watusaidie, kwa sababu hizi pesa ndio tunatumia kununua dawa, pesa ndio tunatumia kufanya mambo mingi kwa hospitali. Maendeleo ya hospitali, japokuwa bado tunaweka budget kama county haitoshi kukimu hospitali, lakini milioni 300 zinaweza fanya kazi kubwa sana.
57 members of the controversial Melchior St. Joseph Missions of Messiah Africa Church in Rongo, Migori County have been remanded in custody for 30 days to pave way for investigations into allegations of cultic practices at the church. On Thursday, Magistrate Susan Mutava said the Director of Public Prosecutions should carry out its investigations into the matter without interference. This even comes as Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has said all chiefs and sub-chiefs within the jurisdiction of the church where 2 people died will be held accountable. He was speaking in Kitui, where he presided over his Jukwaa la Usalama Barasa involving locals and area administration officers.
We must hold our chiefs and assistant chiefs accountable in everything that happens in your locality. There should be no chief or assistant chief who will have an issue happening in his village and he doesn't know. He must be aware, or she must be aware of what's happening in their surrounding. And we want to make sure that these issues are going to be sorted at the local level. And that's why when we are saying we are strengthening national administration, we are strengthening it to make sure that it is responsive to the security needs of the people and service delivery to the grassroots.
Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has defended the issuance of bursaries by politicians, saying the support plays a vital role in helping needy Kenyans access education. Speaking in Nakuru County, Kindiki acknowledged the concerns raised by Controller of Budget Margaret Nyakango, who earlier this year banned governors from disbursing bursaries, arguing it's not within their mandate. Nyakango had stated that such funds would only be released if aligned with the central government's framework. Kindiki has now expressed his intention to meet with Nyakango to discuss this matter further.
Viongozi mbalimbali hawapaswi kuzuiliwa kupeana basari. Kama kuna basari inakuja kupitia ofisi ya MCA, ipeanwe. Ile inakuja kupitia mbunge, ipeanwe. Ile inakuja kwa ofisi ya governor, ipeanwe. Ile inakuja kupitia Ministry of Education, ipeanwe. Controller of Budget will engage with that office to make sure that bursary issues are streamlined.
Israel's military has admitted killing a United Nations worker with tank fire, having previously denied responsibility in an incident in the Gaza Strip last month after UN staff member was killed when a UN compound in Del Ala Bala was damaged on 19th March. The Israeli Defense Forces, or IDF, said it had not struck the site. But the IDF said on Thursday that the initial findings of its investigation into the incident indicated its troops had in fact killed the UN worker after wrongfully identifying the building as containing an enemy presence. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what's going on now. Times have changed in terms of minutes, but what's going on the streets? Still some traffic coming off the Eastern Bypass. Still pretty busy as you go in and outbound on Outer Ring, and then coming through towards the Cabanas interchange. That's busy. There's a little bit of traffic starting to form on Mombasa Road. Jogo Road heading towards Landis, and then out towards Haile Selassie is busy. The Thika Superhighway still with traffic as you come in from Survey. Kiambu Road is also busy, and also seeing some traffic on Limuru Road heading out towards Muthaiga. Lower Kabete going towards Spring Valley, that is busy as well. We'll see some traffic out and inbound on James Gishuru crossing over Wayaki Way, so that's doing the thing over the drift. There is some traffic coming in from Ngong Road heading towards Gitanga Road in from Riara Road, so all of that is doing the business for Friday morning. We're going to keep an eye on all of this in an attempt to keep things moving. Do talk to us on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning. At 7 minutes after 8 o'clock this Friday morning, the sun is trying to do the thing and come out. And here we are on the Situation Room. And we've reduced the number. Ndu and Mark here with you. Dennis had to run off and do something, so all the best for him. But even as we continue with these conversations, very important things for us to talk about in the Situation Room this last day of the week. And as you get into the weekend, what better time to go to your Naivas locale to get ready for back to school. It is back to school season, and you want to walk into your Naivas local with a home of deals. So Naivas has walked with Kenyans through celebrations that matter, come through Christmas, come through the New Year, then into Easter, and even before that, Ramadan, and then come through towards this where kids are going back to school for term 2. It's the longest term of the year, so you want to make sure you send them back with everything that they need. So as you're preparing your kids for the new school term, do this with Naivas, and don't cut corners on their shopping list, because you can get fully loaded at your Naivas Kiloko near you, and you can actually make every item count. Unbeatable discounts, everyday low prices, a full range of back to school essentials, and they're all in one place. So you can make the season a breeze and turn into the hero that they see you as for walking with them every step of the way on their educational journey. Naivas Kibonge Kikapu essentially is what we are looking at. All right? Okay. We're getting into a conversation this hour where we talk about the fact that we are rich, but we're still poor. Sounds like an oxymoron, but we'll be talking about that either way. Our guest for this hour is already seated. Professor Daniel Ichangi is the former associate professor at the Department of Earth and Climate Sciences at the University of Nairobi, and he sits in the hot seat this morning. Professor, good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, okay. 50-50.
50-50?
As usual.
Comme si, comme ça.
Where did you throw the other 50?
You said we're rich, we're poor. That's life.
Okay.
There's good and there's bad. But we're doing well. We thank God.
Indeed,
yes,
we do.
Yes.
Karibu sana.
Asante.
As is our tradition, which you may know, we welcome our guests with a proverb. CT Muga, who's not here today, normally goes around the African continent. He comes back from a different country every week with a basket full of proverbs. This week, he has delegated his responsibility to one Mark Bichachi.
Yes.
And we are in the country of Mozambique.
Yes.
He'll share the proverb with you, and we would like to hear your interpretation.
Yes. So if you fail to be a lizard in your land, you will fail to be a crocodile in another land.
If you fail to be a lizard in your own land,
yes, you will
fail.
fail.
You cannot. I agree.
Yes.
You cannot. If you fail to be who you really should be in your own home, your own country, in your own sphere, how can you hope to lead or do better in other places? So that's life.
Indeed.
Be the best you can be where you are. In the studio, at home. If you're a father, be the best father to your own children. Yeah, I think that's a good...
I like that.
That's a good one.
Very
Indeed.
good way to actually start our Friday and be told, you know what, where you are, be the best you can.
Exactly.
Be a crocodile.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
People are trying to be crocodiles in other jobs, but the ones they have, they're doing very poorly.
Indeed.
So be the best you can be where you are.
Well, well said.
Absolutely. Well
Thank
said.
you. Thank
for
you.
sure. Be the best you are. Oftentimes when we talk about the resources that nations have and what they're able to do with them, the human aspect comes into play in terms of actually what is being implemented, what is being planned, what is being carried through. We're talking today about rich but poor. Sounds like an oxymoron that you have so much, but we're still not able to tap into that potential that we have. And so that forms the basis of the conversation that we will have this morning. Kenya's untapped mineral wealth.
Yes.
Let's start from the end of that statement, shall we? And that there seems to be an abundance of mineral wealth that Kenya has, you being in the position whereby you've studied this, you've taught this. So let's start from that. What does Kenya have? First of all, before we talk about how it is or is not being exploited.
Well, let's start with the country itself. It's a very strategically placed country. The equator passes right through our country. You know, that's the line that divides the sphere into two.
Yes.
It crosses Kenya. And you can decide today to have breakfast here, South Hemisphere, and we can have lunch in the Northern Hemisphere.
True.
There are very few countries you can do that about. The next thing is the size of the country. It's not a very small country. It's bigger than France by 40,000 square kilometers. And I use France as an example because of their bullet trains. You know, they are a first world country.
Yes.
Kenya is larger. Then we have an ocean. the Indian Ocean, east side of Africa, with the next country to the north of us, Somalia has a very long coastline.
Yeah.
And I think this argument can go double for them. When you have an ocean frontage, you're open to the world for trade. Then we come to the resources within that land, the minerals, which we are here to discuss about. Indications are that we have everything from oil and gas to gold.
Yeah.
The reason that we haven't benefited from this is actually us to blame. We are not using the expertise in and around the country optimally. So Kenya is wealthy, and if you look at the price of gold since Mr. Trump went on his tariff war, the prices have skyrocketed. I don't think they have been this high ever. With 1 gram of gold going for $107. If you think of all the gold we may have in a country of our size, 580,000 square kilometers, everywhere from Nyanza to Western to Moyale to the Rift to the coast, it begins to look like we are not poor. But we need to do something to organize ourselves better, to take advantage of this. Supposing I come to your house, I bury 100,000 shillings under your bed and you don't know about it. You will go hungry the first day, the second day. The money is there. But it will have to take someone to tell you, hey, there's something here that can help you.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is my view. From my understanding, we have metals, we have non-metals, we have oil and gas, we have coal, we are told. We have water. Water is a precious commodity. And we have the land. But most importantly, we have the people. Yes.
You know, Prof, as you talk, I have seen people talk about the gold in Nyanza. I've heard people talk about Savorite in Savo. I've heard about mining of iron ore in Voi and things like that. And as Kenyans, even Kenyans living near the Tsavo today, I don't know whether they know how to get a Savorite themselves. It is almost as if those who mine and use these resources are a class of people that we don't quite understand, and the rest of us don't look at minerals as an opportunity we can explore at whichever scale, whether it's small scale panning for gold or it's large scale mining for iron. We seem to be detached because of lack of information from what you're saying. So for example, someone living in Western Kenya, right? Instead of planting sugar cane and maize and keeping chicken as we do, what resources are there and what can we do to actually tap into those resources? Taking Western Kenya as an example, selfishly for the Luyas like me.
Yes. But Luyas also have chicken, and it's very well done.
All chickens are ours. Yes.
And it's one of the places we should go to every Christmas.
Yes.
Because every home you go to, you get big meal.
No, in fact, it's not a Christmas thing.
It's not a
Christmas thing.
It's not an issue.
You come anytime.
Anytime. There will be food.
Yes.
And very well prepared food. Now, you'll be surprised. A lot of... You can put people who deal with minerals into two groups. The artisanal, you and me, common people. And some of them are very, very good when you talk about Savorite.
Yes.
They know exactly what to look for. They've done it for 40, 50 years, and their children have grown on it. So they do know, many of them.
Yeah.
And then you have the giants, people with investment now doing iron ore everywhere. But not all of us can work in that area. What we need, and that's where the role of government is, to go around the country and find out what is where. What are we finding where? And to do systematic study. And then you can call in whoever. If you find it's a huge deposit, you can bring in the giants.
Yeah.
If it's small, little occurrences here and there, encourage your people. Now we have geologists with 1 degree, but we don't have the resources to do the big thing.
Yeah.
But they have the knowledge to do the ordinary panning.
Okay.
So let me ask.
Yes.
Let's put a value to this, because you said we're mineral rich, but we're poor.
Yeah.
Give me a value, let's say, of the amount of gold, both large and small scale, across the country. What numbers are we looking at?
So let me say
Billions
this.
of shillings?
It is definitely, but this is not a game of shillings. Forget shillings. Let's go dollar.
Yes.
Right now, a gram of gold is $107.
Yeah.
A teaspoon, gold is heavy.
Yes.
Let's suppose we have a barrel of sugar, 250 centimeter cubed amount of gold. That's 5 kilos.
Yeah.
5 kilos. And every kilo is 14 million shillings right now. 14 million. That amount of gold will be 14 times 5.
80
million shillings now.
80 million, yeah.
80 million.
So 70 million rather, sorry.
If you have a small mine, and I am aware that there are about 2 to be opened, that produce 100,000 troy ounces a year, multiply that with the price of gold today, which is around $3,500 per 1 troy ounce, $3,500 times 100,000. It's not something to look at.
Yeah.
And that's one mine. If there are 2, double that amount. If there are 3, I study this and I estimate that from 1930 to just about the independence, we mined about 1 million troy ounces in this country.
From 1930 to independence?
To independence, during the colonial period. From the data I'm able to get, because after independence, data seems to have disappeared for obvious reasons. What you do not know cannot hurt you.
Yes.
But the colonial records indicate to me that from Western Kenya and Nyanza then, we might have mined a very clear $1 million troy ounces.
And what would be an estimated cost of what it was going for in that period?
Oh, that it was not. It was cheap.
So what?
It was $40-$50 then, I think. But today, the same troy ounce is $3,500.
Okay, so if we were to look at that and say that, let's say
rough?
1 million troy ounces mined over what period of time today? What would that look like in terms of timing?
That if you were to do today?
Yes.
What we would
Is that available today?
It is available. It is there.
So over what are we looking at from the 2000s until today? Are we looking from 2010 until now? Could we get 1 million troy ounces of gold in Kenya between 2010 and present day?
I don't know about that statistic because that's the government who
would tell
us. But I know it's there in the ground for sure.
Okay.
In fact, if you go to some places like in Ghana, one mine, is able to produce that every year.
Okay. So let's say that it's 100,000. Let's say, and because it's, again, going into development circles, when you talk about the possibility is when that grows into a reality, isn't it?
Indeed.
So 100,000, and if we're going at $3,500 per ounce, and we just do that. So essentially what we're looking at is, in a year, possible $350 million
exactly
come to Kenya.
Yes.
And this is on the lower side from what you're saying.
Very, very much lower side.
If a country like Ghana, which, I mean, they're called the Gold Coast for a region, for a reason, is producing that in a year, 1 million in a year.
From one mine.
Yes. And Kenya, 100,000 in a year from one mine, and this is probably putting it on the lower side.
Yes.
We're talking about $350 million into the Kenyan economy from gold.
One commodity.
From one commodity.
Yes.
So, my question would be, if this potential exists, and you and I and the three of us are sitting in a room discussing it.
Yes.
You as an expert, obviously, because this is your field. There are others. We have an entire ministry.
Yes, indeed.
That is geared towards this thing alone.
Yes.
Surely they must know the potential as well.
They do.
Okay. So why then would we not see that there's an exploitation of this resource being put towards development in the country?
It's the same thing, even in agriculture. It's the same thing in education. Why are we doing poorly when we could be a giant of a nation? It's a leadership issue, as far as I'm concerned. And I saw somebody, and I've said it elsewhere, you ask an expert, you are equal to being one. So, do we consult the right people? Right now, I find that if I discover something, and I was involved in the Embu thing, by the way, I'm still involved in it. We are the ones who said there's coltan, the stuff they mine in DRC, here. My friend, before you get a license, even a renewal, it's taking forever. Somebody is too busy to grant us and to let Kenyans free. This is our country. But if you are not going to be licensed in a hurry, if you are not going to be facilitated, how can you get down? This is a very expensive and risky business. So why are we poor? Let's go to oil and gas also.
Okay.
Turkana. As far as I know, we have at least 1 billion barrels, and this was the first find. We haven't worked that field to say, okay, there's oil here. We know there's about 1 billion barrels here. Where have we looked at every square inch? No, we haven't. If we have 1 billion barrels, oil futures right now are hovering around $63 per barrel. A barrel is about 159, 156 liters.
Yes.
So do your maths again. 1 billion barrels so far discovered, recoverable, as far as I'm concerned, times $63. Isn't that another $63 billion there?
Yes.
If we were to work every single area in that corner of Kenya, we probably will end up with 10 billion. Why are we poor?
That is an excellent question.
Why are we poor?
I'm asking, I think 2019, 2021, around there, there was a geological survey that was carried out by the country, and the country identified the various minerals across the country. And it was a very exciting read, right? From coltan, rare earth minerals, gold, silver. It's a very heavily rich country.
Yes.
My logical expectation then was that the government would encourage Kenyans and foreign investors and all of these people to come in and be able to operate. What I find is there is a lack. You talked about licensing. I think there's a lack of willingness to make these opportunities available to the public, even from the information point of view. Is it a cartel? Is it that our government does not take it seriously? Is it ignorance? Is it lack of technology? Because the information was there in black and white, right?
Yeah.
But the traction towards it is slow. So what is the missing link here?
I think you can add fear to that list. Because some of these minerals, if you begin to let everybody know where everything is, you talked about Western Kenya, you know the populations there.
Yes.
If now we are going to mine gold under your house, there's going to be some conflict. I think fear of...
I would like that problem. I don't know why you're saying it like it's a bad thing. I can announce now all the Wekesas and Fungututis I'm related to. If there's gold under my house, you can bring it. I can now afford watching it.
but government has to look at other things.
Yes, it does.
But I think also there may be groups out there. You call them cartels, who want to maximize on this But, oil and gas, you can't do it on the back of a truck.
Yes.
It's a big infrastructure that we have to set up. You saw Talo the other day, I was told they have sold out, the discoverers, to Gulf Energy. That was the company that discovered even the Uganda oil. They were talked to nicely by Kenyans.
Yeah.
We may have been involved. And they came over to look at our the Rift Lake, that is Turkana, and they found some oil. Now what we expected was, let's move in there and look at every square inch. And by the way, that is just one corner.
Yes.
The least prospective, we thought, when I was going to school, was that corner. There are other areas towards the coast. There's what we call the Anza Graben, another rift in Wajir, that area.
Yes.
Which look much more prospective, Lamu area.
Yes.
There is gas we are importing from Tanzania.
Yes.
Why do we need to import gas from Tanzania while we have our own? They have the infrastructure, we don't. So this is, from a planning point of view, a very heavy area.
So, Prof, by way of...
You've done the maths, by the way.
I have, and it's I think my calculator, which, by the way, is second tier level, has done a thing and gone to E by 12. So in terms of, it's got 9 zeros, there's 63 before them.
Yes.
So the potential of what we can be doing, for me, is it's saddening.
Yes,
it's not exciting for me, because I think we passed exciting a while ago, and now that we can do this, then it becomes sad. And I say we because we take into consideration the things that happen around the continent. Sadly, exploratory engagements or activity for a lot of the countries, and we use Kenya as an example because we are here now, but for a lot of the countries that are richly mineral resourced, used external exploratory activity, and these folks never went away. I look at Ghana, one.
Yes.
I look at Nigeria. I look at Botswana.
South Africa.
Here, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Tanzania. We cede ownership or we cede birthright of these mineral resources to others who have the technology. We get the minimal gains and we accept the minimum and then allow them to take the profits away. Why do we do that over and over and over again? They have examples of what they did. I look at the California gold rush in 1949 and what happened after that. That money didn't go anywhere but California's economy is richer than many African states combined today. That's one state.
And all of them combined.
Exactly.
Yes.
So what and I keep saying these are human beings. They've got 2 heads and 2 feet, one head rather, and 2 feet like the rest of us. What is it that makes us not able to garner and to keep like they have done?
Oh dear, this is, you're almost going to cause me to be a revolutionary, and I don't want to be.
I like how you speak so nicely and revolutionary, but that's what we need, maybe.
We have seen, even in Western Africa now, countries which are being led by younger military officers telling France to their face, no way are you going to take our uranium for cheap. But the problem starts with us. When they come in here and find diamonds, like Williamson did, and by the way, he graduated in the same room I did at McGill. The only difference was 50 years. And his certificate is there to intimidate every graduate student. You're told that's one of our products. He came here and he was very broke at the end of it. But God is amusing. One evening he found diamonds when he was at the end of his line. Is it greed that drives us this way? Because in Kenya, there are many people who would do very well in many things. But when it comes to the facilitation, when it comes to the licensing, when it comes to the permits, they are locked out. Why is it that we do not want to give our people chances? I do not know. Is this an African thing? Or is it a human thing? I think it's more like a human thing. Because even these others, if you look at what Belgium did in DRC, it's terrible stuff.
Yeah, it's worse than the Holocaust, if you ask me.
Yes, terrible stuff. So we can't only blame ourselves. But surely we have a black president, a black deputy president, we have a black cabinet secretary in charge of this area. Isn't it time? And I've decided, and you are media, let's inform people. Let's see what they will do with this knowledge.
Let me ask a question. So I go to my family farm in Western Kenya.
Yes.
And I digging the shamba and I see that there's nuggets of gold. And I'm curious. I'm like, what if I dig a 40-foot hole and see if I can get my gold out? Why and how would the government stop me, if at all? And what are the legal challenges or technical challenges, for that matter, that would stop me from going to my farm and harvesting gold the way I harvest carrots?
It is your farm, yes. But when it comes to minerals, according to the law, minerals belong to all of us, to the people of Kenya. That's what the Constitution says. That's what the Mining Act says. So your gold is not really yours. It belongs to me also. Thank you for discovering it. Now,
I don't feel like I own any Samourite, by the way. The law may say that.
Now,
do you feel like you own anything?
Now we may move to the next step.
Yes.
But it's on my farm.
Yes.
Am I an interested party? Yes, you are.
Yes. Okay.
Now, how do I do it? There's a ministry here that regulates how you may work.
So let's take a break and come back and see how that ministry would regulate this and for what sometimes we can complain about it's not happening, but let's see how it should happen, and then it gives us a brighter vision into it. All right, so we'll do that when we come back from this break, and we're looking at rich but poor. Professor Daniel Ichangi is here with us this morning, and we're saying, okay, fine. Untapped mineral wealth, how do we actually exploit it and benefit from it? 26 minutes to 9, we'll be back right after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Spice FM. Spice up your life.
Where have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future ya tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime
Mature,
Solar Home.
intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, after that break, it's 23 minutes to 9 o'clock. We have a conversation this morning with Professor Daniel Ichangi, and we're saying, okay, well, rich but poor. I thought as we come back from this break, we would look into, all right, you talk about ministries then who have a delegated responsibility to see that these resources which are there are actually exploited and used towards the development of the economy. Ministry of Mining, and there's another name. I think it's just ministry.
So mining, blue economy, and maritime affairs.
Yes, it encompasses a lot.
It's a lot.
But before we go into now what the job actually is, can we look at the spots around Kenya whereby you do have something? You talked about Savarite. We talk about, gold in the western part. What else are we looking at that's available around the country that can actually be exploited?
Well, yes. If you look at the geology of the country, we have a major geological feature called the Rift Valley. That's something we cannot ignore. Within it, we see the geothermal activity, that we are using the steam from underground to generate power. Now, that steam could also have mineralized certain areas with, again, precious metals. We see soda ash at the bottom in Lake Magadi, and it's been mined. It's a very interesting lake. It keeps renewing itself. The more you take out, the more it creates.
True.
Very interesting. And then we have Lake Turkana to the north where we're finding oil and gas. We have this high area in Naivasha where we have steam. And Menengai crater itself has reputedly about 600 megawatts of power. Why nobody takes it out, I do not know. And you need cheap power if you're going to industrialize, because then your products will be competitive.
Yes.
Our power is very, very, very expensive. Then we were told 400 million tons of coal in Mui Basin in Hekitui. Right there. Now, 400 million tons of coal at what, $40 per ton? And the people in Mui are poor. And when we discuss, do we go ahead and really look at this and find out if it's real? Because that's where I would start. Do we agree? All these politicians come in with their four-wheel drive vehicles and the whole thing becomes a mess. And then on top of that, we have a big belt that we call the Mozambican system that starts in North Mozambique through Tanzania, through Kenya.
Yes.
In some places it has indications of uranium.
Uranium, okay.
And uranium is the cheapest power that you can generate anywhere. Have we looked at it? Not quite.
Okay.
Another
and then,
mineral.
of course, Western gold.
Western gold and
Okay.
silver. They all come together. And then when you go towards Pokot, there are indications of even platinum and chromite and other metals, manganese.
And these are not traces. They're considerable.
What we haven't done is to quantify.
Okay.
But the scale at which they are occurring makes some of us very interested. We think we are not cheated. Yes. They're there. We used to, one of the exercises I used to give my students is a certain mountain in Pokot and Turkana, and I will Seker, and I will tell them, okay, according to this geological report, you have 5.6 million tons grading a certain amount of platinum. Can you do the maths? And then go and look at the price of platinum and the platinum group elements nationally today. Again, it runs into billions of dollars.
Yeah.
So these things are there. But we need to quantify them. And one of the things I keep challenging, and I'm also challenged, by the way, by people, to be fair, is that every year this ministry does receive taxpayers' money in the budget to actualize some of these programs. Can they be held to account to show us what they've done in the last 2 years? 3 years, 4 years, 10 years?
You know, Prof, it's quite serendipitous, actually, that I've gotten a message from the village.
Yes.
And this ties to the question I asked before the break that I was hoping you'd answer. I'll not say the Luya greetings, but he says Oriena, which means hello.
Hello, Oriena.
And he says the entire Bumula sub-county, half of Matungu, half of Kabuchai, and Kandui are full of traditional iron ore. I don't know what modern iron ore is. And he says they call it burare. And we got names like esirare, meaning endowed with iron ore.
Yes.
And names like esengeli, meaning a place where iron was extracted.
Yes.
Now, where do we begin as locals to take advantage of this potential? So basically what he's saying is these areas had iron ore because you had blacksmiths back in the day. So he's quite correct. My question is...
And the same tradition, the same technology they were using is the same technology that can be applied to gold.
True.
Yeah, it's
now,
metal.
My question, as it were, we have found gold in my father's land. Dad, I hope you're listening. You leave me this land. You said that the land is owned by everybody.
No, the minerals.
Yes, the minerals are owned by everybody. And I don't feel like I own self-right. And you said, I find it, I'm an interested party. So they're interested parties.
Yes.
So what do they do as a community?
What they should do as a community is engage with the mines and geology department of the that big ministry.
Yes.
Because they have an office in Kakamega.
Yes.
They have an office in Kisumu.
Yes.
Go there and say we would like to be assisted to take advantage of what we are finding here. And they will tell you. They have organized groups into what they call artisanal and small-scale miners. And I love those ones. By the way, the big boys can take care of themselves. Yeah. I love the artisanal small-scale miners because those are the people who are going to actually benefit directly. When you sell gold through a big mine, you have to wait for profits to be declared in London. But these people from Ikolomani...
yes.
Where they do a road by the market and they say, stop that tractor, there's something interesting here.
True.
Those people should visit that department of this ministry in Kakamega, talk to the geologists and the mining engineers there, and they will organize them very easily to take advantage of that. And of course, they will take care of the concerns. We don't want people buried. You know, many people die.
Yes.
Because they are doing it jua kali.
Yes.
And there's deep weathering. The soils in Western Kenya are very deep. So after you pass a certain threshold, it becomes risky. Life is precious, even more precious than that gold.
More precious than gold.
Oh, yeah, it is. Life is more precious than gold any day.
Isn't there a requisite requirement then of infrastructure at the very basic level to have these things? And I keep going back to the California gold rush because it's a glaring example of what can actually happen when you have a marriage of government, what would be supporting a private infrastructure for there to be benefit across board.
Yes.
Benefit for the government, benefit for the people who rushed from across the United States to California when one person sounded the alarm, like, you know, we know that now Mark will find his way to Western now.
I'm sure he will.
And now, pitch tech camp there. You see? So people did that. But now the government looked, whatever government of the day there was, what it did is that it allowed the state to become a state.
Yes.
That's what happened.
Yes.
But there needs to be the infrastructure for that to go on. It's not just folks going ahead. It's okay, well, let me see if I can find some gold today in the back,
The infrastructure is there, my sister. It's there.
Implementation of policy to allow the infrastructure thrive seems to be the bane of this particular issue.
Yes, and I came back to licensing because there are certain gatekeepers who make it very difficult. I wish they would love us. They're already rich enough. Allow us to help my brother here visit Kakamega and be given a fair deal.
Yes.
Because the knowledge is there. And when you have money in your pocket, my brother, it will help the chicken farmer, the maize farmer, the sugarcane farmer. All of us will get something out of it. So the infrastructure is there, but the gatekeepers must allow us.
And why?
They must allow us.
When you say must allow us, and you've said it, you've said it the third time now.
Yes.
When you say must allow, is there a roadblock to getting these licenses?
I think from where I sit, yes.
And are these roadblocks legal or is it institutional?
I think it's institutional, if you ask me, because the laws we have in Kenya as good as anywhere else, as far as I'm concerned.
So people should not own mines.
No, you can.
So what are we saying here? Because
but you must operate according to the law, and you must be vetted and policed, so that when you tell us you have produced 100,000 Troy ounces, it is actually 100,000 Troy ounces, not 150,000.
Right.
Let's operate according to the law. Otherwise, we will become a Wild West.
Yeah, but my question is, Dr. you referenced to, for example, the project you talked about, I think in Nyeri it was, and you talked about the licenses and the hard to get. I really want to understand what you mean by hard to get. And you just said that it's institutional.
Let me say this.
Not legal.
Let me give you an example.
Yes.
Right now, I think the minister, the CS for mining, or brother, I call him my brother because he was a governor of a county, is the one who actually at the end of the licensing process will have to sign himself. Now you imagine a country of 580,000 square kilometers. How many permits are on his desk right now?
Sure.
And I think he's in China with Munene. So this week,
no work is being done.
No,
because he has to personally.
Yes.
I think we need to adjust a bit. A CS is in charge of policy. But right now, he's away. He'll come back, maybe he'll be sent somewhere else. Can we unclog that system and give people the licenses so that they can go and work?
Okay.
Some of these things are institutional. They are within the framework of how a government works, and they can be sorted out tomorrow if they so decide.
Because what we can see is that if you then open this up, you then get policy then being implemented, you then get those doors being opened. Essentially, we start to see that the economy gets an injection, and then we can start to grow.
And you then begin to attract serious players because your regime is predictable. These people who are coming to invest here in exploration, in mining, are using other people's money. They have shareholders. They want to know that their investment is safe.
Secure.
But if you keep on this business where we are poor, yet we are rich, people go to Tanzania. Tanzania has now moved itself very, very well.
And that's a question I was about to ask you. I have interest in Tanzania, and I'm probably going there next week. And I'm just sitting here and I'm thinking, how many of my friends that I talk to on a regular day, I think out of 10 of my friends, 2 or 3 of them own a mine somewhere, small scale and different scale. I see and meet Chinese people in Tanzania going all over the country, and they get the licenses and things like that. In fact, there's a thriving business of selling your mining rights to other people because that's how good that mining certificate
all of it
is.
Within the law.
Yes. All of it legal.
All of it legal.
All of it legal. So why is Tanzania thriving in this particular thing?
Tell me, my brother. We are East African community. We speak Kiswahili.
Yes.
Sote.
Yes.
They have a president. We have a president.
Yeah.
They have a minister. We have a minister.
Yes.
Oh, cabinet secretary.
Yeah.
Why should they be thriving? The geology doesn't stop at the border with Kenya. It comes through Western Kenya.
Yes.
Nyanza to Migori, your area. Why is it that things are done made so difficult in this country? Hey, and we have people. We have educated Kenyans. We speak English better than an Englishman. Why is it that we are here suffering? It's a question of leadership. The leaders surely must answer that one.
I don't know. There's a spirit. There's something.
And you know, by the way,
it's not human.
The problem is then within that clogged up system, of course, corruption must come in. Kabla hii license iende, unione hapo, au uone ndugu yangu, au uone nani. Why is it that, and you already are doing well, you are rich, allow people to go walk this country and discover what else is there.
You know, you raise very valid and pertinent points, and I'm balancing how much, the big question is always debt and how much we are getting and things like that. And the math you've done, I've tried to do it in the head. And some of those numbers you're talking about can offset quite a number of our loans.
Yes.
What, and let's talk large scale.
Yes.
As Kenya, as a people, can we raise the funds, for example, to have a serious gold mine ourselves?
Good question. And I'm glad you're a patriot. Yes, we can.
Yes.
Because the first people to invest in our resources should be our people.
Absolutely.
Yeah. This is our country. And by the way, one of the things with Tanzania is nationalism.
Yes.
You don't go there. I got arrested one day for trying to go to Merelani where they mine Tanzanite.
Yes.
They protect their area. But I explained, I'm a teacher. I cannot be teaching about Tanzanite at the University of Nairobi if I have not been to where the only place where it has been found. But because of that experience, I said, before I go, Lord, allow me to find Tanzanite in Kenya. You should have seen how many hits I got on my socials.
Yeah.
Because, it's so good to say that this is the only place where Tanzanite is found.
Yeah.
It makes it expensive. It makes it valuable.
Yes.
It's a marketing tool.
Yes.
Now, if I come and say, iko ingine.
Unaharibu hesabu.
Some other person may also say, oh, if Ichangi did that, maybe we also have it.
True.
So, we should be able to invest. And there is a National Mining Corporation of Kenya, which is an arm of government that is supposed to help Kenyans tap into this industry. All the strategic minerals, the ones that have been declared strategic, are supposed to be only worked with involvement of government.
So we are actually punching beneath our weight, and we are working almost at cross purposes with this economy development. It's trying to do its thing here, but it seems that everything that we do or not do is counterproductive to that economy which wants to thrive. That you're going to have to put in, it's like they say, if you're going to test for something, you have to introduce an agent to see whether that thing exists. In this case, if you're testing for it, you have to introduce the implementation of policy to see what this thing can really do.
And the policies are there, they're in place. There's nothing, when you talk policy, minerals were supposed to be one of the Vision 2030 flagship projects. What happened? And 2030, by the way, is not very far. It's 5 years from now. Have we achieved what that vision was supposed to do for us?
But what are we really doing? What are we really doing? I'm sorry, but I think we need to sit really and...
it's a leadership issue. I keep saying it. If you allow Kenyans just to do what they're supposed to do, according to the law, this is a country that we can revolutionize inside 10 years. And you people wonder what really happened. Yeah.
Okay. As a parting shot, we've talked about government and government listens. The Kenyan.
Yes.
Kenyan young person, Gen Z, 30-year-old, has kids looking to change his career. I want to get into mining. How would you say I go about it? I don't know. Do I go to Economani and buy an acre and start digging and find it? No. Do I go to the geological survey and do guesswork? How would I start?
Go to the geological survey, the mining and geology section of that big ministry. Go and look for some geologists in there. The director. Tell him you are interested in mining. Could somebody give you a bit of some information? You will be given free information. I'm sure there are many geologists who would really love to share information with you. I do it all the time. Come to the universities. TUK, Kenya Technical University of Kenya, University of Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta. There is even the Taita Taveta University now that teaches this. Go there, engage with people. You'll be given information. You'll be given a little bit of training.
Okay.
Yeah. And you'll be shown the law. Kenyans are willing to share information.
Okay.
Yeah.
And once I get the information and I I'm on the ground. What are some of the legal things I need to do on the ground so that they understand what is briefly
the journey starts with prospection, and there are licenses. There is a license for that.
Okay.
Prospection and even large-scale exploration. Then you are licensed to look in a certain area. You are allowed to peg an area. If there is nobody else who has pegged that area, you can pay a little bit of money for it. Join even the local cooperatives. Artisano in Kakamega, they're there. I love that people have come and set up groups of Kenyans in cooperatives to mine and to explore together. The synergy, because unaleta 100 yangu na mimi naleta 100 yangu. We begin to talk together. What did you find in your place? What did I find in mine? That synergy. And I am interested in the small person myself. The big ones can take care of themselves. They can even hire expertise from South Africa, from England, from wherever.
So that's what communities can actually do.
Yes.
Because we're looking around communities. It doesn't matter what cluster we're looking at in Kenya, that those who are crying today and saying, we know that we are mineral rich. We don't have the power to do anything on our own. But I'm hearing you say that communities can actually come together, maybe force government to
and they must be prepared to work within the law. Let them work within the law. I want to say the rule of law is key to development. If you go to Botswana and play around with your diamond industry as a foreigner, you'll be in jail by today. So let us be able to work according to the rules. We have the constitution, we have all these policies, we have all these laws, and it works. Even the cooperative movement is now in on this.
So there is something that can be. What would be a message that we need to start looking into at this point? Can't be rich and remain poor.
No, we have to agree as leaders, let's say, because we all are leaders, that we work according to the rule of law. Don't deny Kenyans opportunities because you yourself is able to grab licenses everywhere. Let us work. Let the small person work. And by the way, the artisanal workers are the ones who eventually lead you to the big one.
True.
And then they can become your shareholders.
It's amazing.
Because they're the ones who are on the ground. The California story.
There
are mines that have produced, 20 million, even 100 million Troy ounces, one mine.
It's very possible.
Yes.
And we need to look at that with a lot more clarity and seriousness, one would imagine.
If you look at the Golden Mile mine in Australia, it was a number of small mines all over the place. And then someone looked at it and said, wait a minute, this is a giant.
We can come together.
And today, they produce 1 million Troy ounces in an area that is probably 3 kilometers by 1.5 kilometers wide.
The potential is what should spur us on to growth, and that's for sure. The Professor Daniel Ichangi has been our guest this hour, and we're looking at Rich But Poor, Kenya's untapped mineral wealth. The hope is that as we have these conversations, something can actually move. We want to thank you for being here with us this morning and sharing your insights. Asante sana.
Karibu.
It's 9 a.m.
Spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Deputy President Githuri Kindiki has assured that President William Ruto's administration will fulfill all of its promises before the next elections. He was speaking on Thursday in Dundori area, Bichachi constituency of Nakuru County. Kindiki said the president promised small-scale traders, including Mama Mboga, that he will provide decent places to do business and earn a living. He reaffirmed the government's commitment to building the new markets.
Nakuru County kwa jumla tuko na soko ile tumeanza kujenga soko 19 na tutatangaza zingine 2 zifike 21. kuhakikisha katika kila sehemu ya uwakilishi bunge katika kaunti hii kuna masoko 3, 2, 4, wanabiashara wetu wawe na mahali safi ya kuuza bidhaa, wanunuzi wapate mahali pazuri na biashara yetu ikue, tuweke pesa zaidi katika mfuko ya wananchi.
The Ministry of Mining has strongly warned individuals grabbing land for mining activities, stating that legal action will be taken against them. Mining PS Harry Kimtai says the government will not issue mining permits to unlicensed individuals or companies in an effort to regulate the sector.
Wale ambao wako na vyeti ya kwanza kufanya mining wanatakana wasimamiwe, na wale wajapata zile vyeti wanahitajika wafanye nini ili wapate na hiyo vyeti ya kufanya mambo ya mining. Kwa hivyo ni mambo ya kuelimishana, na wale ambao wanataka kugrab, nataka tuambie kwamba hakuna shamba ambayo itaweza kuwa grabbed, kwa sababu shamba either belongs to the community, shamba either belongs to the county government, or shamba belongs to the national government. So unless you have an allocation from the three, that's when we shall consider you. So hata ukigrab na unataka leseni, utapata aje leseni na ile hali hauna ile idhini ya kumiliki ile shamba.
Investigations are ongoing into the death of a University of Nairobi student whose body was found inside a pool at the main campus on Tuesday. Dennis Kamunya is said to have posted cryptic messages on his social media accounts detailing how he would end his life within the institution without detailing why he'd opted for that. The university's communications affairs officer John Oridi said some of Kamunya's colleagues noticed that he'd posted suicide messages at around 3 p.m. Kamunya had posted that he would be found around a water body at the campus. The Homicide Police Unit visited the institution on Tuesday and commenced investigations to rule out other causes of his death. The Senate Committee on County Public Investments and Special Funds has called on the national government to pay debts owed to hospitals and service providers by the defunct NHIF. The committee chairman, Geoffrey Ososi, made the appeal during a visit to the Kilifi County Referral Hospital.
SHA iko na deni kubwa sana kule, na hiyo inafanya kuendelesha hospitali inakuwa ngumu sana, kwamba wananchi wanalipiwa kiwango fulani na SHA, lakini SHA ileti pesa mara moja, na hii inakuwa ngumu sana kuendesha hospitali zetu. So hiyo jambo tutaenda kuangalia pale pia.
At the same time, Kilifi County Governor Gideon Mungaro said the NHIF owes the facility over 300 million shillings.
Kufikia sasa tuko na milioni 142 za kutoka NHIF, tuko na hizi mpya za SHA. Kwa jumla serikali tunaidai milioni 310 za SHA kuchanganya na za NHIF, na bado tunatibu wagonjwa. Kwa hivyo tumeambia Senate watusaidie, kwa sababu hizi pesa ndio tunatumia kununua dawa, pesa ndio tunatumia kufanya mambo mingi kwa hospitali, maendeleo ya hospitali. Japokuwa bado tunaweka budget kama county haitoshi kukimu hospitali, lakini milioni 300 zinaweza fanya kazi kubwa sana.
California's economy has overtaken that of the country of Japan, making the U.S. state the fourth largest global economic force. Governor Gavin Newsom touted new data from the International Monetary Fund and the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis showing California's growth. The data shows California's GDP hit $4.1 trillion in 2024, surpassing Japan, which was marked at $4.01 trillion. The state now only trails Germany, China, and the US as a whole. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi. Traffic.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening with traffic right around this hour. We're probably coming into the end of it. It's been mild today, so yay. Getting into the weekend, a little bit of traffic still left on the Thika Superhighway as you come through towards Survey. But then on Kiambu Road, as you head towards Muthaiga Square, there's still some of that, and it's quite something. Waiaki, we're heading towards the city, not bad at all. And we saw that traffic on James Gishuru over the drift. There's still a little bit of that left in and outbound. It looks like it'll continue for a minute. And as you come off the Eastern Bypass towards North Airport Road, that still continues, so we're going to watch out for all of that, trying to keep things moving into the weekend. And we'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, coming into the final hour of Kenya's biggest conversation for this week, and saying, well, you know, it's been a week of conversations and getting into a number of things to and that have been important for us to discuss. And even as we do, we'll talk about a heard or seen language, but we'll get into that shortly. And I have to remind you that as it's back to school season, getting into next week, Naivas can be your home of deals. So Naivas has walked with Kenyans along many different paths over very many years, and they're saying, you know what, we're getting into term 2. We're getting into a time where you need to be in your supermarket and you need to be getting stuff for children to get back to school. Naivas says, get into your Naivas Kiloko and you don't have to worry about whether you'll find what you need. The best deals as you go back to school. Don't deny children anything because of the length of your shopping list. The size of your basket can definitely be accommodated. So Naivas, your home of deals, is offering that opportunity at a Naivas next to you to get all the range of your back to school essentials all in one place. So let's make this season a breeze and turn you into the hero that they see you as for walking with them every step of the way on the educational journey. And that's with Naivas, getting into the weekend and getting back to school. All right, we're getting into a conversation this hour. You see it on your screen every time now that you watch the news. You see it when you go for meetings or conferences. You see now an inclusive society when we talk about those who are hard of hearing or those who are deaf. We're looking into sign language interpreters, their role and training. And Helena Seek joins us in the studio this morning, and she's in the hot seat of the Situation Room as a teacher of sign language interpreting. Good morning, Helena.
Good morning. It's nice to be here.
Thank you so much for coming this morning.
Thank you.
Welcome. You obviously teach a different language and not one that is spoken per se. But as we welcome you into the Situation Room this morning, we would like to share a proverb with you from Mozambique. And we would like you to interpret that proverb for us before we get into the conversation. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hopefully I'll understand what you mean.
Let's try.
do not worry. It's not in Portuguese or Mozambican, which I insist is a language. Well, it says, if you fail to be a lizard in your own land, you will fail to be a crocodile in another land.
That was in Swedish Sign Language.
That was in Swedish Sign Language.
She let me tell you, my hip hop culture told me that she's in a gang, and those are the gang signs. But what did you say?
You
Translate
signed
for
that.
us.
What did you
What
say?
you sign?
I translated the meaning of what you were saying in English, because that saying is not equivalent to the meaning in another language.
True.
So when you translate between two spoken languages, you have to change a bit and you go for meaning when you translate, right? Because like in English, we say it's raining cats and dogs, but you cannot say the same thing in Swedish, but you say regnet står som spön I backen. It's raining like sticks in the sky. You know, it looks like sticks. So it's the equivalent on the other language. And it's the same between a spoken and a sign language. Sometimes you have to go not for words, you go for meaning.
Okay, so what would be the meaning if you were to tell us that in English? The meaning of what he said, how would you then personalize that message?
Oh, see if I remember it correctly. I would say that if you cannot be, if you're not successful in your own country, it's harder to be successful in another country as well.
Absolutely.
Sort of.
True.
There we
General.
go. Well said. And I'm curious, what would be the equivalent proverb or meaning in your language?
In Swedish?
Yes.
I'd say that would be similar to English.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're looking into sign language interpretation, and just give us a background, a little bit of history from your perspective before, we talk about what you do and how. When did now sign language become a part of the languages that were used, whether it's globally, whether it is here, and then we can look through those?
Well, if you mean the Swedish Sign Language in Sweden, it started, I guess, long ago, but it was evolving during the late 1800s in Sweden when the first deaf school was created in Stockholm. And from there, the Deaf Association, the Deaf Movement, was advocating against politicians for making sure that deaf people had full access to society, that they could study, that they could have their schooling. The deaf schools, they wanted them to use sign language in the classroom because all deaf education in Europe at that time were very influenced from a big conference that was held in Milan in 1880, and that sort of destroyed very much for deaf people in general, because all the deaf schools went to the oral method, and they actually thought that they could train their hearing, they could train their speech. So the speech was number one, not the knowledge, the understanding, the communication on the students' behalf. So during the 50s and the 60s, finally the Swedish government decided to recognize Swedish Sign Language as deaf people's first language. And hence, they had to have interpreters, and they have to have schooling. So in 1981, the sign language was actually recognized in the parliament.
Yes.
And afterwards, they also had parallels with starting off with programs for sign language interpreters. And those were usually CODAs, that is children of deaf adults, or SODAs. As myself, I had 2 deaf siblings. That's how I learned sign language.
Okay.
And at that time, there weren't not much sign language courses, just short ones. So eventually, during the 70s, the profession evolved, and with the recognition of sign language, Swedish Sign Language as deaf's first language, it made it, mandatory. They had to make sure that the deaf schools used sign language in the classroom for deaf children.
Yes.
And hence also deaf adults were available to go to the doctors and anywhere and order a interpreter. And also in 1968, they decided that the interpreter service should be free. So no deaf people pay for their interpreter.
In Sweden?
Yeah.
Okay. Why is it called an interpretation? In language, of course, we hear and we speak. That's true, but we are of hearing when we can do that.
Yeah.
Why is it called interpretation for the deaf?
I'll tell you why. Because research has certified that sign language has its own grammar. It's different from spoken language. You do not follow the grammar of the spoken language. Hence, when you do, like sign language interpreter is, I would say, a little bit more difficult because you do not interpret consecutively. That is, you listen, then you think, and then you translate, and then you produce. When you work as a sign language interpreters, you're listening, you're translating in your head, and you're producing, and you're monitoring what you are producing at the same time. And when you do that, there's another sentence, another sentence,
That's
another
coming.
sentence. So it's cognitively heavy load to work as a sign language. And you have to differ the word translator and interpreter. The translator has a lot of time, can sit, can read the text, can ponder about what would the best translation be. As an interpreter, you have to work
You're on the go.
all the time.
So we have alphabets.
Yeah.
Before we had alphabets, we had symbols. There were symbols that represented something else, and you could look at that symbol and you would say this is what it was. Whether there were weights and measures, whether there was money, whatever it was. So that evolved over time into now what a lot of languages use as alphabets. Mm-hmm. And they were created by people, developed over time, and then, as they evolved, they became something else. Mm-hmm. Does the same process happen in sign language? Are there certain signs that will always mean a certain thing? Or as we go, are they then developed into something else? And we know that language is organic. Is sign language organic as well?
Oh, wow. That is a very, very complicated. And now it's a long answer. Mm-hmm. Because way back, there had been no research about how the sign language worked. Mm-hmm. So we know what we know from the 1700 and forward, but I'm sure that sign language was probably one of the first languages on earth before we spoke. Before we spoke. Symbols, written language, no. Sign language does not have a written version, but the researcher has evolved different systems for making notes of how the sign language is produced, and that some European countries have a common system, but most have their own, due to the fact that every country has their own sign language. Mm-hmm. So there's a special notation, but very few actually knows how to write it down, and it takes a long time. So you document everything in video. You sign and you videotape what you're signing, and that is the documentation. But
it's like your textbook.
Yeah, but also deaf people know Swedish. They learn written Swedish and then discuss Swedish text. They go to the university. They take different professions. So of course, they know how to write, but you don't write sign language. You write Swedish.
True. Yeah. There's a story that intrigues me. 1980s Nicaragua, where a bunch of kids were put together, and they were trying to be trained, how to speak and to lip read, etc. And then they created their own sign language, which today is called Nicaraguan Sign Language. And the reason why that intrigues me, and perhaps you can explain this to people, that sign language does not have the structure of language as spoken language, right? That a movement and how it's done and your facial expression and where your hand is and the height of the hand speaks different things, and it may look like to us like it's the same thing, and for me that's intriguing. So, and I find most people find it difficult to understand sign language because they want the ABCD of language, they want the intonations of language. But could you explain, and I think it's a beautiful thing, the beauty of the symbolism of sign language? I think American, this means I'm sorry, right? So it doesn't have I am, it does not have sorry, it has one movement over a heart, and it's poetic. It's putting your hand over your heart and moving it in a certain way that visually communicates a more complex thing than words could. Yeah.
Okay, this is going to be long.
Okay. Yes, please feel very free.
Just like spoken language is linear, right?
Yes.
And the letters come one by one.
Yes, and you have to arrange them in a certain context. Yes.
And then you have a flow, a prosody.
Yes.
The way you pronounce words and the way you stress words.
Yes.
All those things are available in sign languages as well.
Yes.
But the sign that you showed me was one of we call it iconic signs, because you can figure it out what it means,
and you can feel it.
Yeah.
Yes.
But there's also a lot of signs that are arbitrary.
Yes.
That is just, this is what we agree upon. If you want to say this, if you want to say the word always in Sweden, you sign And this is not iconic.
It's not connected
you
to,
cannot understand it if you don't know the language, right? And then there's also, like for instance, finger spelling. You use that when I introduce myself and they don't know me. I always finger spell my name first, and then I show my personal sign. And afterwards, we agree upon you use my personal. Oh, Helena.
Yes.
But I first introduce myself.
So when you, in terms of personal sign, just to understand, when you say this, so you sign your name, then you say, this is my personal sign for Helena.
Yeah.
Amazing.
So, that's my name, so you don't have to finger spell it twice.
Okay. Yeah.
And as an interpreter, you use finger spelling also as a code sometimes to be extra sure that you are understood. Now we're talking about this. Could be a discussion, and perhaps we have gone back and forth, and there's a discussion, and there's 10 people talking. Sometimes I have to address the theme once more, so I might finger spell a little bit more than I do usually, just to make sure we are still on this subject, right? Yeah. But there are still. I was going to go back to the facial expressions because I have a very simple phrase that I'm going to show to you. So I'm going to move the mic a little bit. The phrase, the first one is a statement. The other one is a question. And it has the same manual structure, same manual, the place in one sentence. You say, are you deaf? You are deaf. Then you change the position of the words, right?
Like you would do with intonation in the spoken word.
But in sign language, this sentence has the same manual movement, exactly the same. If it's a question or a statement, you'll see. I show you.
Oh, wow.
This is the same, but you saw the first one was a question, right?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Why? Yeah. Because my head, and I was doing like
inquisitive.
And then I was nodding my head, you're deaf.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, if I would do it like this, let's say I'm hearing and I don't understand sign language, I do.
Yeah.
The deaf. Are you asking me, or are you saying I am deaf, or
Yeah.
So you have to be exquisite. All those details have to be synchronized with the manual facial and the way you use the space in front of your body.
Yeah.
So it takes at least, if you study full time, like 25 hours per week.
Per week.
2 years at least to be sort of fluent, not completely fluent, but.
I'm going to ask you to move the mic back.
On the same point, I've seen a lot of music interpretation in a lot of concerts. And you just did the facial expression thing. And that's something that I've always been mesmerized by, because I love watching the interpretations. How then do you convey? It's a concert, so it's a very
I know.
audio.
We have it in Sweden. I know.
Yes. How do you convey the energy, the feeling, the essence of what's going on, and it's music, right?
First of all, we do not call that interpretation in Sweden.
Oh wow! Okay.
We call that more of. The Swedish word is gestaltning. How do you say that in English? It's like sign language performance.
Okay.
So you interpret the music, you listen to the lyrics, and if you're a deaf interpreter, there are deaf interpreters as well, quite recently now, they either have a hearing sign language interpreter in front of them, but usually they read the lyrics. But some music are very hard to just. It depends. Some deaf people say, "I don't enjoy that at all. I just see someone making, expressions, moving their hands." And some say, "Wow," because perhaps they have a little bit of hearing left. And some people are good enough so they can visualize the music. So we don't really call that sign language interpretation.
Okay.
We call it sign language performance more,
So it
like
is-
in art.
So it's an art form of itself,
Yeah.
based
Yeah.
off of music, but
I would call it that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, would somebody who lived and was interpreting in Kenya, based on this language, then be able to at least get something if they moved to Sweden, for example? It's because of language. If I speak French in France, and I speak French in DR Congo, and I speak French in the Comoros, there would be something, even though the culture dictates how language is
Yeah,
spoken,
yeah.
but there is the very basic that we
Yeah,
would all be
yeah,
able to understand
yeah,
in
yeah,
French.
Yeah.
Is it the same thing for sign language? Would that be the very basic that I would be able to get?
Could be between some Nordic countries, yes, but there's also differences. So I wouldn't say that they would understand everything, but they would probably understand each other better if you have a Japanese deaf person that went to Sweden, they would probably communicate much easier than a hearing Japanese and a hearing Swede. Why? Because they are used to use your body language, and they mix body language with international signs. And I'm sure you've heard about international. Some people say international sign language, but that's not a language. It's international sign, and they borrow something from the American Sign Language. But I would say, if you know the structure, the modality of a sign language, as a deaf person, and you move to another country, you learn the sign language there much easier, much quicker than a hearing person.
Yes.
That, like, they can study at the university if they have exchange students and they come from the States or the UK, and they study at Stockholm University for 3 months, and then they learn a lot of Swedish Sign Language, and you can communicate with them because they know the code of a signed language, but they have to adapt because it's different.
So my question is, in the world of in the lived experience of someone who lives with deafness, how easy is it for them to integrate with a society when that society does not have a lot of people who know how to sign? This is what I mean. There's the side of we are speaking like we are on this show, and then someone is interpreting. But if someone walks into this room and you're not there, and they communicate by sign, right? How easy or difficult is it for them to convey messages or to even understand what is being done? Because we've had things like, lip reading. Is it a real thing? Is it real science? How easy is it on that other side of life for people to integrate with people who don't sign?
I can only explain what the situation is in Sweden.
Yeah.
I've learned a lot about Kenya, but
Yes.
that's another thing.
Yes.
You have pros that can tell you about that. But in Sweden, deaf people study.
Yeah.
They go to school. They get their primary, secondary school. They learn the Swedish language. They write the Swedish language. They communicate through the mobile phone, computering, digital, social media.
Yeah.
They have their own clubs. They have their own companies. As I said, like hearing people, of course there are obstacles. Yes, of course, because the majority of the population do not sign. But like from the city I'm from, Örebro, it's sort of the capital for deaf people, you can
Yes.
say, because we have the same number of deaf people living there as they have in Stockholm.
Okay.
And Stockholm is 2 million people.
Yes.
My town is 150,000.
Okay.
So that's where the National High School for Deaf are. So many deaf people come to the same city to study and take the high school diploma.
Yeah.
So it has to do with education. And most of them go through the educational system, so they have the tools to communicate with others. And the interpreting services is so well built today that they don't get an interpreter. You know, the funds are restricted, of course.
Yes.
They cannot say, I'd like to go to swim, and I'm going to meet someone there and I need an interpreter. No,
Yeah.
they're probably going to prioritize other assignments.
Yes, I need to go to the hospital, for example.
They get interpreters while studying at the university, while studying at the high school if the teacher is not signing, and business meeting at their workplace. There are special funds from the government to companies that hire deaf people, so they can apply for funds from the government. That's quite a reasonable sum, actually.
Well, let's
take a break on that.
Lip reading, that's really something that is very, very hard to depend on, because there's so many words that look all the same. Like if I would shut my voice now. Right. So even if you follow me for a while, you will probably, you'll be so tired and you will miss so much of the information.
Okay.
So it's nothing that I'd recommend, but of course, like my sister, she can hear a bit, and if the person is talking slowly, she can understand it, but it has to be quiet, no noise, Otherwise, you tape on your mobile phone, and you use the AI today. You can just reach your phone, and the hearing people is talking, okay.
And we go with that.
So.
All right, let's take a break at this point. We're having a conversation with Ednah today, and we're looking into sign language interpreters and role and training. So let's look into some of that. And then if we're looking at the Swedish model, how is it then being adapted here? And how is that being taught here, and for what purposes? We'll take a break and come back and continue with this conversation in the Situation Room at 27 minutes to 10.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your
Save money on your rising electricity bill with StarTime Solar Home Solution. We offer a complete home and commercial energy saving system that includes solar panels with 15-year warranty, lithium battery with 10 years warranty, and an inverter with 5 years warranty. StarTime Solar Home Solution is efficient, reliable, and safe to power essential appliances, complete home lighting, refrigerators, air conditioners, washing machines, microwaves, iron box, instant shower, and entertainment devices, television, computers, Wi-Fi, and so much more. Say yes to reduced electricity bills and call us today on 0719 077 777 and get started on your green energy journey today. StarTime Solar. Power your life.
Where have you heard about moringaschool.com?
Moringaschool.com. Hapo ndio future tech iko boss.
Kenya's top software engineers, data analysts, cybersecurity pros, and UI UX design ninjas wanatoka Moringa.
Na unasema hauna degree? No stress. Whether you are looking to upskill, stuck in a boring job, ama you are starting from zero, Moringa's got your back, man.
Visit moringaschool.com, where anyone can create their future.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, Ednah is teacher of sign language, and we're looking at sign language interpretation, role and training this morning. And just as we went to the break, Ednah, talking about then, okay, how is this all adaptable here in Kenya, knowing that from what you've told us so far, that, it's different from country to country. How is this all adaptable here in Kenya?
Yeah, it's different due to the fact that it has... in order to get so many of these things that I have explained that is in place in Sweden, you have to have a government that complies with the need of accessibility for all members of society. That is democracy, to have a voice. So I would say the first step was actually when there were two Swedes here during the 80s, in 1986, Birgitta and Uldis Ossolins. They was here for 5 years, and they helped the Deaf Association to establish the Deaf Association in Kenya. And they also had ambition at the Nairobi University, where there still is a researcher. He's still there. The purpose was because it was funded by the Swedish International Disabilities Act. They had funding for that project for 5 years, and they also sent a lot of money to the university to make sure that they used the money the way it was supposed to use. But unfortunately, some money just didn't work the way it should have been. Anyways, I think you would have to. The good thing is that Kenyan Sign Language was recognized. So it was put in the law that the news had to be interpreted in sign language. That was a good step. But unfortunately, there are so many sign language interpreters doing the work on air that are not qualified. They are not educated enough, and they have. My impression is that perhaps they've gotten the job through contacts or not due to the fact that they are trained or accepted by the deaf community. And there's also another question that I have been addressing, and I have realized that the interpreter has to work together with the deaf community. They have to join each other and advocate for the same purpose. So I think that the deaf community needs to strengthen their voice and put forward that, hello, we have a law, and that is not just it's not just the news that has to be interpreted. We need an interpreter when we go to the doctor's office. We need an interpreter when I meet people and I go to authorities that have a great impact on my life as a human being. It has to do with human rights. And the funny thing is, it's quite, it's sort of a paradox that they have news. That's great. But they don't have the everyday life that they need to make a living or to get a job.
Yeah. Just a quick question. You mentioned it quite quickly. You talked about the interpreters that we have on TV now. And the question I have from what you said, is the quality of interpreting good enough for the audience that it needs to arrive to? Or do you think that the Kenyan news interpretation cycle and the people working in it need improvement?
Oh, yes, they need improvement, because the information I get is from deaf.
Yes.
When deaf people say, that interpreter is good, but that interpreter uses a sign language that I don't recognize, made up signs. You know what happened at Nelson Mandela's funeral?
That was going to bring that example.
So it still happens in this country. Oh my!
And there are so many broadcasting companies in your country.
Yes.
And I get information through my contacts here.
Yeah.
And I know that if you take all the 200 interpreters that might be available, perhaps 20 of them is okay.
10%.
Why so?
Well, you tell me.
It's the world in which you operate in.
There's no sign language. There's not enough sign language courses. They're too short. There's a lack of communication between the deaf community and authorities and the interpretation. The interpreter as a group, like look at Uganda, they have done a lot of progress. They are now beginning to have master level on the program. And what Sylvia has done here in Kenya is astonishing. She has been able, since she was in Sweden last year, for 10 months, they have been working on producing or arranging a pilot program for sign language interpreters. And I said, head for those that you see, this one will be a good one, because they have good enough sign language skills. So you have to pick the students. If you have a short program, they cannot be not fluent. And the problem is that there are different, as I understand it, there are also different tribes and they have different dialects or way of saying things. Yeah, sure, but you need to document all the signs. And that I thought what was going to happen at the Nairobi University. If they had used the money and videotaped the signs, they can produce what we have a digital dictionary that is really wide, and other countries have too. So everything has to be videotaped and documented and say this is the Kenyan Sign Language in general. Then there could be varieties, but if you have a sort of a hub that everyone can connect to, and the interpreters can also enhance their sign language skills looking into that dictionary. So that is needed. Research is needed, documentation of the research, more sign language courses, and a longer sign language interpretation program.
So Kenya has a School of the Deaf, a number of them.
Yeah.
And are we essentially saying that the sign language that is spoken or that is used across these schools, there's no standard, or are we saying that there's no, I
cannot claim that because I don't know, but I'm sure I heard Sylvia was talking to Janice. I would suggest that you would invite Sylvia and have an interview with her because she knows the landscape when it comes to that. So that's not for me to answer that question when it comes to Kenya.
Yeah, just a quick question. From your experience, because now I'm thinking about standardization, I'm thinking about vetting of interpreters, I'm thinking of continuous training on it. And then you said something very important as well about the interpreters being part of the community so that they can understand the nuances that develop as well. In your experience, how do the Swedish ensure that the people who become interpreters are doing all of these things? Are they assessed on a regular basis? Do they need to refresh their courses? Are they integral to the deaf community?
Two things. The program today is a 4-year program, right? So they study sign language for 2 years, and then interpretation for 2 years, and then they go out on, and they also have an internship during the training. Of course.
That's 4 years.
Yes. Altogether 4 years, and these programs right now are held at 2 folk high schools. Our school is one of them, and then the 3-year program is held at Stockholm University as a bachelor. So they're more focused on further, research. So that's good. There's an academic path that you can take. Or if you're a practitioner, you want to be a practitioner, usually they choose our school because then you know that I will be working full-time and employed as a sign language interpreters. There are approximately 550 employed sign language interpreters in Sweden, and perhaps an additional 200 that works on hours. So they're freelance. And it's paid by public money, tax money, pays for every single hour that an interpreters do. No private person pays for the interpreter. And I would say to enhance further training, yes, we have courses for educated interpreters that has been out there for a few years. We have, for instance, one course that is specialized in judicial interpreting in the court. We have one course for those who wants to go deeper into healthcare when it comes to mental health. So that course is a 7-day course where they look into psychiatric ward, and you have meetings with a psychiatrist that has a client that is deaf. And usually the psychiatrists have different tests that they do. And if you, as an interpreter, don't know about this test, it's very important that you have insight in what you are interpreting. That way, it's easier to do the correct interpreting and understanding what is happening. So that course is very popular. We've had it running for 7 years, I think, and it's given every term. So twice a year we give that course
here
for trained interpreters, and then we have another course for guidance and deaf-blind interpreting. Yeah, I forgot to tell you, we don't just train sign language interpreters. They also become interpreters for people with deaf blindness. So they have to learn the tactile sign language and all the methods that are, special for that kind of consumers.
Okay.
Let me give you a hint. Do you know how long the average course for sign language interpreters in Kenya is?
Do tell.
3 months.
Yeah.
Now you can ask your question.
The criminal justice system also asks questions about how they then are able to go through this, because we do have a number of cases whereby in the system there are different terms, there are different phrases, and the kind of support that they could get for sign language interpreters. Does that come under some of the training or courses that you do?
You're talking about in court?
In court, with police, with...
Yes, we have a basic course within the 4-year program, but then there's the additional. So if you want to be a court interpreter, we also have a system in Sweden that is held by one of the... it's called Collegium. It was from way back during the 16th century when we had a king called Gustav Vasa. We had 11 of them. Today there's only 2 left. One of them is handling commerce and so forth, and the second one is handling authorization of interpreters. So I'm actually in the board of assessors. So if you work as an interpreter and you are trained, you don't have to authorize yourself, but it'll give you perhaps an extra status, and that is valid for 5 years. So you are set up with some role players, and then you enter the room and you are monitored and you are videotaped, and then we assess it whether the Kammarkollegiet, will they certify you or not. Or we call it authorized, because you're still certified in the way that you have a certificate from the training program. But this is the next step, the next level. And you can also be certified as a court interpreter. And that is a higher, much tougher test. You have to pass the written theory test first. So most of the court interpreters study the judicial systems and the laws and so forth, and then they go for the authorization in court interpreting.
Okay. So who's taking up these courses here?
No one. I don't know. You have to ask Sylvia. but I can say Sylvia contacted me through an email in 2023 in August, and she said, please, can you help us with this? We are looking for how to set up an interpretation program.
So are you setting that up? And that's the question in terms of how you're setting that up now, if that's the case.
No, we are not setting it up. They are. So there was a trio that took the course in Sweden last year, and they have been working really hard. So they had a pilot program it's only a month. It's 4 sessions. They had interpreters coming to their office, and they give them training in they know sign yes, of course, that's important. Then they know sign language already, so they're taught in ethics, also some sign language role playing, that is interpreting, and also deaf studies. That is a deaf teacher, Joseph Ityang. He's one of the 3 that came to Sweden. And then the third one, Caleb, is a professor at Strathmore University. And he has been doing a lot of work during this year. So the conference that we are held, that Hali Halisi has organized, that is Sylvia's company, together with Joseph. And she has been cooperating with Uganda, Maureen. They are setting up this pilot program now, and the objective is, of course, is to enhance it and make it longer and so forth. And I said, choose those that you really believe in, that you see they are skilled enough, and in the future they might be the interpreter trainers that is going to train others.
I have a quick question, and now I'm thinking about the workplace. Someone was born deaf, has gone through school, has learned etc. In Kenya, I rarely see them in traditional working environments. It's not quite common, and I think we've done not much justice in that area, if I'm honest, and people living with disabilities in general. In your experience, when someone is looking for a job or gets a job, what support do they need in order to be able to be effective? I know they can write, they can do all of those things, but there are so many more things that those of us who can hear that take for granted. Do they need special support in their workplaces, or how does it work?
I think that if you as a deaf person has another disability, you might need an assistant or so. Otherwise, you do the work the way hearing does, but you have special technical devices perhaps, and you have interpreters when you have a business meeting.
Okay.
And you use all the digital platforms that we use to communicate, mail, text messages, WhatsApp, and every those things that because today, to be honest, it's very seldom that we put the number on the phone and call someone. We as hearing people don't do that. We send them text message, short. We talk to our relatives, our family, and they have video calls. They just put it on and then they sign to each other.
Okay.
And like, for instance, go back to my hometown, Örebro. There are 30,000 people in Örebro who know sign language more or less.
Yes.
Out of 150. That has to do with people, meeting them in this. For us, it's nothing odd.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. My final question to you is, as you come to Kenya and you've seen and you've experienced, what are some of the things that you as a person would like to see Kenya do better at? You've talked about the interpreters and the quality of them, but what are the other things that you think Kenya needs to do?
I think that the interpreter as a group has to join, because what I have been given is that every interpreter works for themselves. No, this is my job, don't come here, instead of calling up each other. Hello, let's talk, let's discuss through this common association, and let's get in contact with the deaf community. What can we do together? Because there's a bill now that I have understood. I don't know all the details, but there's a bill that has been up in the parliament for over a year, I think, and it's been postponed, and there are things that are done for disabled groups, sitting in a wheelchair, blah, 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 but nothing for the deaf. And it seems like they are putting the deaf on the side when it comes to, like, they are not together with all the rest. And I said, get strengthened together as a group. Talk to the people with deaf blindness, talk to the hearing impaired, make an organization and advocate together. Then you get muscles.
Yes.
And you have to do it together, because the interpreter role, if we speak about we haven't talked about that yet, is supposed to be impartial. Because when I go to the doctors, I'm the doctor's interpreters as well as the deaf person. And today we talk about interpreting as a part of an interaction, which means that before the interpreter was sort of outside, and I'm just the interpreter, didn't introduce herself, which is quite odd. So I need the help of both parties when I interpret. I have to sometimes interrupt. Excuse me, can you please repeat? You said that ABC. Okay, fine, thank you. And then I go on. And sometimes I have to interrupt the deaf person if I do not understand correctly. I cannot cheat and just, look, I'm doing this perfectly. I'm missing a lot of things. I just skip that. They didn't give me time enough. You have to secure the information value of what is said. And when I go out from a meeting, if they said, oh, I forgot all about you, good, I say. Then I have succeeded.
I've done my job.
Because you have met. You had a discussion and you forgot about me.
We should not remember like we remember the Mandela one.
First, I was so glad because I saw, oh, he's on full screen, Wow. And then I saw, but wait a minute.
What is he saying?
I don't know South African Sign Language, but I know sign language. And he was doing the same sign all the time. I cannot believe this. And it was so sad because all the deaf communities all over the world
were watching.
Were so upset.
And they were missing out on something.
Yes, but also it was him. He's an icon in so many countries.
Yeah. Have we gotten to the point, or is it starting at where we're saying it should be a requirement that in each industry, whether we're looking at health, where there are doctors involved, whether we're in the supermarket, whether we are in school, that there should be interpreters on the payroll, essentially, who are helping folks? Have we gotten to that point?
Yeah, or an agency or a government agency that is run by the public. We have both in Sweden. We have private agencies and we also have a public sign language interpretation agency in each county in Sweden.
So what does that agency do essentially?
Oh, just make sure that people call and they want to book an interpreter for a meeting at a working place and they arrange for that. Like, for instance, our school, not all people in our school are signing. So we use interpreters quite frequently, all the time when we have meetings. So I would say we have it practically every day. There's always some meeting going on. And they come from the agency. They have the same administration as us because we are run by we're a public folk high school. The majority of the folk high schools are run by different movements. It could be churches, it could be some sort of study companies, different from, but usually Sweden is famous for their many associations of different kinds. That is changing too now, but still.
What should it look like? I mean, you're here. You have insights. You've seen what the situation. What should it look like in a progressive society where we're taking into consideration everybody?
I would love to see some school or university take the responsibility of administrating. And we have been visiting Strathmore. We have been visiting University of Nairobi. And our personal impression is that Strathmore has a vision. They have a plan how to move forward. They have thoughts about, how do we structure a sign language program and how do we structure a sign language interpretation program. So through Caleb and his staff, we realize that this will probably be the road to success. Because they are ready to put in the effort and the money by themselves.
I hear you.
Not because I don't believe in, we can help with our knowledge, but you have to build your own muscles, your own wealth. Because if we come and we teach and we conform, it's
not the same. So there's a conference that ends today, though, but it's bringing Africa Sign Language.
That's the first African media sign language interpreter, and that's also a little bit strange for us. What media? But then I understand why, because that's where it all began. So it has to do with angles.
I'm sure.
And I showed a few clips at the conference from the Swedish television, where I knew a few interpreters that work there. And, the interpreter is on half the screen is the interpreter.
Yeah.
So the conclusion at the conference was that we have to advocate for a larger picture because it's a visual language.
Sure.
And I've seen some of the broadcasting where it's
a little in the corner.
It's almost impossible to see. You cannot see the non-manual signals, the grammar of the language. And it's even worse if the interpreter doesn't really
understand
or can perform.
Right. Well, I mean, definitely great insights, and thank you for being here and doing that explainer for us and for us to grasp this on a greater level. Helena Seek is a teacher of sign language interpreting at the Fellingsbro FHSK
Folk
High School in Sweden, and she's been our guest this hour. Thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you for being part of Kenya's biggest conversation this week. Have a wonderful weekend. We talk again Monday. Good morning. It's 10:01.
Spice up your life.